serenade you but me, Bats. Take it away, boys. Take me on home to the asylum. Never alone in the asylum.
Shout out to the chess club.
Anarchy ruled. It was wild, but through it all, you never smiled.
I'm vibing.
Joke's on you. I'm in your head, so look who's laughing now. Remember in Arkham City, I killed your girl. So pretty.
We're aiming for a controversial 7 out of 10.
That was the night you let me die. But when I looked you in the eye, that's when I knew we'd be together. Look who's laughing now. I'm stuck in your head and I'm laughing. Ah, I fill you with dread and I can't stop laughing. Your parents are dead and I can't stop laughing. What else can I do? Now I'm part of you. I am the clown, prince of crime. And we've had a hell of a time. You're part of me, I'm part of you. And now there's nothing left to do. I just can't wait till I'm in control. Who'll be laughing then? I drove you round the bend and I'm laughing. I'm with you till the end and I can't stop laughing. I killed all your friends and I can't stop laughing. Oh yeah, I think I can taste your fear. Now that my time is near, I'm in your blood, I'm so alive. I only wish you'd let me drive. It won't be long till I make you kill. Who'll be laughing then? Barbara's dead and I'm laughing. Ah! Jason Todd's dead and I can't stop laughing. I'm even dead and I can't stop laughing. What else can I do? Now I'm part of you. I drove you round the bend and I'm laughing. I'm with you till the end and I can't stop laughing. I killed all your friends and I can't stop laughing. I'm cock-a-doodle-doo. All because of you. I'm stuck in your head and I'm laughing. Ah, I fill you with dread and I can't stop laughing. Your parents are dead and I can't stop laughing. I'm stuck in your head and I'm laughing. I filled you with dread and I can't stop laughing. Your parents are dead and I can't stop laughing. What else can I do? Now I'm part of you. There's nothing like a comeback, is there, Matt? Let's go again.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How we doing? How we doing? We feeling good? I have some bummer news. Yet another camera is broken. I don't know what I've been doing. I don't know what it is. The cameras don't like it here. Or maybe they all just collectively decided it was time to die. I don't know. But now it's this camera is dead and this camera is like, it turns itself off every, like, at this point, 25-30 seconds. Makes it kind of hard to film videos. I'm gonna be real. So yeah, it's a ghost. Explains the light. Yeah, the light that attacked me. It does explain it. It does explain it. I don't get it. I don't know. I mean, this is the old one I got from like Best Buy way back in the day. Oh God. Close that. Okay. This is like the old one. You can kind of see, I've had this forever. Like you can see just how screwed up the screen is. Cause when it was a demo model at Best Buy, they would clean this with Lysol wipes. because they're idiots. And you don't need to be a genius to know that if you use Lysol wipes on like a delicate electronic screen, it'll clean off like the actual coating, the anti-fingerprint coating and stuff. So there's a lot of little stuff like that. This thing's been through it all, but so like I'm not that surprised that one died. This one had no right to die. This thing was like comparatively brand new and in very good condition. I don't know what it is. So now I have one camera like a dick. Like what? I'm like some punk, some common loser. Oh, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? I don't know. Anyway. Hi everybody. I missed you though. Let's see. I gotta catch up on this. Let's see. Well, let's see. Hey man, have a good stream. Thank you. I just finished Alan Wake 2 and I have a feeling that and I have to feel sorry that you had experienced all the bugs which kind of ruined your enjoyment, but to review like that we have a better experience. I mean, I'm bummed. I ran into so much stuff too. I'll go back and I'll replay it. Like I'm not just gonna walk away from it or anything, but yeah, it's a bummer that we ran into so much. Yeah, Mr. Lotus, we watched that video doing the deep dive on it. The tech inside that engine is crazy. And I'm gonna be real, guys. I booted up Starfield last night to play some of it, and good God Almighty, I've taken some time off of it because we played. I've been playing like Phantom Liberty. We played through all these other games for review. We had like Mirage, and we had Alan Wake 2, and of course I'm working on Baldur's Gate 3 stuff. So it had been a while since I had really sat down to try to play it, and good God Almighty, like that thing running on the 4090, it barely is able to manage like 65 frames, like barely, usually dropping into the 50s. And I'm like, bro, Phantom Liberty looks way better, has seamless open world transitions and stuff, and I can do like 150 frames in that. Like, what is happening? It's wild. Like, it feels, and going back to it, it really does feel like a game from 15 years ago. It's crazy. Like, seriously, play Phantom Liberty and then try to go straight over to Starfield and it will rock your world. It's crazy. Jacob, are you in here, by the way? You probably already said so, but just to verify, Jake, you looked through the Suicide Squad video. Yeah, you're here. Okay. You looked through the Suicide Squad video, watched it through after you rendered it again. We kind of ran out of time because the babies were a handful. I got thumbnails and stuff made, but I wasn't able to watch through the new variant. But if you say it's good to go, then I'll just publish it. And if there's anything really wrong with it, we'll just make fun of you. Okay. Yeah, it should be all good. Okay. As a BGS fan, I quit Starfield when Phantom Liberty came out. Yeah, well, and we can watch something. I actually saw Mr. Maddie put out a video kind of describing the sentiment, and what struck me more, I haven't watched the whole video or anything yet, but what really struck me was just like the fans in the comments. Like, Maddie's comment section is usually very Bethesda friendly, and there's actually a lot of comments in here describing problems that they had with Starfield. It feels like we're finally coming out of the hype like trough, and now we're at the point where people can look at the game more critically and be like, okay, so it's got some problems. Another issue I think exists with Starfield is how often quests will have you making pit stops on multiple planets, forcing you to go back and forth between loading and fast travels. They could have instead have quests be more geographically local. Yeah, it's like they wanted to own the fast travel, which everybody agrees is insane. Like, Honeymoon phase is over. Yeah, I think so too. I think that's exactly what it is. And this is true of most games, to be clear. Like with Elden Ring, when that game came out, we purposely waited a while to put up the critique on it with me describing some of the issues I had with it. Just because if we put it up at launch, we would have been devoured. Like it would have been a disaster. But if you wait a little bit of time, give people the chance to play through it, sit on it, and kind of like think about it themselves and see what issues they might have, you can usually have a much more productive conversation, I think. Oh yeah, and like the stream if you're on YouTube. And for people listening to the VOD or any of these clips, we are streaming on YouTube, Kick, and Twitch. If you're on Kick, you will join one person that's over there. Shout out to whoever's watching on Kick. And then on Twitch, you'll join a bunch of lovely people over on Twitch, and YouTube, of course, one of our mainstays. But wherever you want to watch, you can watch. We're just glad to have you. Pull the chat back up. Okay. After I had to use fast travel 20 plus times in the first few hours, it was just not for me. Yeah, honestly, it's for some people. I think, especially if you're a hardcore BGS fan and you were coming into Starfield, having just gone through and played through like Fallout 4 again, or played through like Skyrim again or something, it probably doesn't feel that jarring. But going from like Cyberpunk 2077, especially the 2.0 update, and like Phantom of Liberty and Baldur's Gate 3, and like transitioning from those games into Starfield, it really does feel hugely outdated, you know. Bring back the hydrate reward. You want to see hydration? You want to see something cool? You want to see? Mac, good to see you. Shout out to Red Bull. They send me some Red Bull. Just a little. Just a little bit of Red Bull. So apparently this is not a Red Bull sponsorship, because I see Mac is asking in Kick Chat, is this a sponsorship? Or it looks like I got the sponsorship. Apparently this isn't even the sponsorship. This is just them sending this to me because I'm a fan of Red Bull. I don't get it, but I'm happy. No complaints from me. My agent reached out to Red Bull to see if they'd be interested in sponsoring and, you know, being a sponsor of the streams and then sponsor some of the studio, maybe put a cooler in the background, and like they'll be in every video. And all I would really want is unlimited Red Bull. And they said, well, we just currently, you know, we aren't sponsoring like YouTube streamers. So right now, you know, we'll pass on that, but for being a fan of Red Bull, we're happy to send you some. And just let us know whenever you run out, we'll send you more. So I'm like, wait. You're telling me you're not sponsoring me, but you'll still send me an unlimited amount of Red Bull? Whenever I run out, you'll send me more? I can't imagine what the sponsorships are like. You know, like, Jesus. So, yeah, they sent me lots of Red Bull. Shout out to Red Bull. They got the good stuff. This is the blueberry, which is very good. I am a big fan of that. What's this one? Is this like clementine? Oh no, amber edition. Not sure if I've had that one. This is the tropical, and then the winter edition, which is like a cinnamon pear. So, yeah. The sponsor lets you openly rob Red Bull from gas stations. Yeah, you get a card. You present it to the police when they show up. No, I have the card. Oh, good for you. Okay. Are you going to get one of those jumpsuits when you're sponsored? Yeah, or I'll get like the full headband and everything. Yeah. 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 Yeah, Mac, that's the thing. They're like not sponsoring YouTube streamers. When we negotiated this and when we were talking with them, I was only streaming on YouTube. The only reason now we're streaming on Kick and Twitch is just because like Twitch opened up their co-streaming rules. So then I'm like, okay, so let's co-stream. But then it's like, if you're going to co-stream on 2 platforms, why not 3? So we'll toss Kick in there, and you know, it just kind of follows from there. But yeah, I mean, we could probably go back to them now, but we also, I mean, obviously we're just starting to get back into Twitch. We're going to try building it up, but it takes a little bit of time. Ricky Marlowe, Spider-Man with its flaws is still great. Haven't played Starfield or Statfield, but I'm sure it's good too. This has been a great year for games. Hogwarts, Spidey, Citizen, Starfield, Liza P, Jedi, Armored Core, Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's been a crazy, crazy year. We're very fortunate. As for what I think takes Game of the Year, I think it's probably Baldur's Gate 3. And I think it would be best for the industry if Baldur's Gate 3 won. Mainly just because, like, it's an amazingly well put together game that's relatively polished, and it comes in at $60, no microtransactions, no extra crap on the side. It's cutting edge technologically. Like, every part of it just is great, and is a great reflection of the best parts of our industry. So I think for them to win would be ideal. Tears of the Kingdom, you know, I would not complain about that. You know, if some of these other games came in and stole it away, I wouldn't be that upset, because there's just been so many great games. But I do think probably the best case scenario for the industry is probably if they took it. I'm also trying a new thumbnail style today. We're going to see how it goes for the first 30 minutes, and then I might frantically change it if it's not performing. So just be ready for that. Be ready for that. Public. There we go. Okay. Voila. Voila. I forgot about Tears and Mario. My goodness, gamers have been eating good this year. I don't remember a year this stacked. Yeah, I mean, the last time that I think it was a real toss-up for Game of the Year was probably 2018, I think, because we had God of War and Red Dead. And those both were like, if it goes to either one, we're happy. You know, that one, it was like, sure, whatever works. 2015 was also pretty good. We had, like, you know, Overwatch, I think, ended up winning. But we had Overwatch, we had Bloodborne. You mean change? You know, us Brits don't cope well with change. I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's yeah. I used to do this style of thumbnail. It's just like the thing and then the text on the other side. Like, it's pretty simple, but you never know. You never know. Drinner D, jeez. Let's see if it reads it. Monitor. Browser. Oh, wait, I see. Control audio via OBS. There we go. Okay. I did not have a checkbox checked. So let me pull that up. Thank you for the super chat. That's very generous. What up, Luke? I've got to hear your first impressions on how awful Silent Hill Ascension looks. Seriously, what the hell happened to that franchise? We should just pull that up. Hill Ascension. Yeah, so this is Ascension official overview trailer. Yeah. So, in case you didn't see it, which I would not blame you if you didn't see it, because it's very forgettable and missable. But basically, there was this trailer that dropped for Silent Hill Ascension, and everybody's been asking me, like, oh, are you excited for the remaster of Metal Gear? Are you excited for Silent Hill Ascension stuff? Are you excited for this? Are you excited for that? If the answer, like, if the project involves Konami, no. That's the thing. No. So this is a free-to-play mobile/online experience, and
tormented by new and terrifying Silent Hill monsters. Lurking in the shadows, these monsters.
I'm just gonna let them
consume people
explain
and
it.
children as they're drawn into the darkness by both recent murders and long suppressed guilt and fears. Who lives? Who dies? You decide.
You
The
decide.
fate of these characters are in your hands, and even the creators don't know how the show will end.
Okay.
It's easy to begin and become a part of the Silent Hill Ascension experience.
It's not great when the very first thing they show you in like the overview trailer is the store front and center. Purchase a cameo contest raffle ticket. So they're selling raffle tickets. Like at least with a loot box, you get something for sure. Like it might be garbage, but at least you get something. Raffle tickets, it's just literally a lotto. And the old saying with the lottery is that it's a tax on stupidity. If you don't understand numbers and probabilities and things, you're likely to participate in the lottery, and that's how they tax you on not understanding it, which is unfortunate because overwhelmingly people who don't have the money to lose in lottery stuff end up spending the money in lottery stuff. That's a whole other topic. This though, I mean, it's really already I'm like, what are we doing? There's the big currency thing up here. There's rewards up here. So like cosmetics, and then there's a big store and raffle tickets. Like, what are we doing?
Get started by catching up on the latest episodes.
Okay, so episodes.
Ascension experience. Get started by
So like a 9-minute episode, 7-minute episode, 8-minute episode. So these are very small, and apparently it's one a day. So their whole goal is to get you logging in every day to watch the new episode.
catching up on the latest episodes. The story unfolds over the course of months with a new story for you to engage in every day at 9 p.m.
Over the course of months. Months. I'm used to having another camera. I'm sorry. I'm very unprofessional. I'm just like, look at the camera. No. No, maybe what I'll do here, well, until we fix that, we'll go here. I'll copy and paste a camera, and then I'll make this one like super zoomed in. So it's like my, you know, my what face. I think that works. So over the course of months, they want to slowly give you an IV drip of this story. Only 7-minute bits though. And you're going to see why they're doing this here in just a second. Okay. Oh, it's my DSP angle. Take it back. What are you talking about? That's insane. iPhone 15 exclusives becoming more and more of a reality. Yeah, I mean, Apple's pushing it, dude. Apple's pushing it. I don't know if they're pushing it because they also plan on like doubling down on the VR stuff and gaming in with the Apple Vision Pro, but they definitely seem to be pushing gaming a lot. It seems to be the trend.
p.m. Eastern Time and 6 p.m. Pacific Time through a live stream. You will have the opportunity to make decisions, large and small, that affect the story.
So there's a chat on screen with, I guess, just it's actual player models. So like again, it's just like I don't get it. I feel like I'm missing something. Hold on, my wife's calling me. I'll be right back. Okay, give me 1 minute. 1 minute. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I was practicing my XQC Hassan reactions. What did you guys think? Was it good? I think it was pretty good. I'll be a millionaire in no time. Chat, can you believe it? Chat. I did see a whole scandal was brewing apparently, where like apparently XQC was doing reactions to like videos of war crimes or something. Like he was watching videos of the war in Gaza. I was like, I understand like you're just watching stuff and he's not making jokes of it and stuff, but it still seems weird. Still seems odd. What happened to Todd? I had so I had somebody come in. They were doing like a quote on adding in a mini split AC thing, so just this studio can be independently AC cooled while the rest of the house is on its own kind of circuit or whatever. So he was designing stuff, measuring stuff, and seeing how much it would cost and all that. And I felt like I should probably put Todd away because having a big cardboard cutout of some strange man he's never seen might look weird. So, yeah. Oh yeah, he was reacting to people getting bombed, and then someone called him out, and he reacted by going, "Huh?" with a picture of him sitting on a pile of cash. Yeah, I did see that. It was just like, I don't know how you get to the point in your career where you can do something so like that really is just an asshole move. Like, you know, hey, maybe you shouldn't watch videos of people being like killed on stream when we're trying to have a good time. It's just not really cool. And then he responds with pictures of him in Vegas with a suitcase full of cash. It's just like, you would think that would be the line where people are like, no, we're not going to support this guy anymore. But no, everybody else is like, he got him. Wow. What a witty retort. You know, it's ridiculous to me. It's crazy. Let's see. Chair stream. Yes, James. That's what I try to do here on Luke Stevens. I try to bring you only the best chair reactions that your time can buy. He flexed his watch again. Yeah, I just feel, honestly, I feel kind of bad if your entire personality and self-worth is tied up in like your material things. It's a little pathetic. Like, I love the YouTube stuff. I love doing this as a career, of course. I love it dearly. But if it all went away tomorrow, I'd be okay as long as I still have like my 2 boys and my wife. I'll go get a job at a bank somewhere. Like I'll be fine. But I think if XQC lost his streaming career and lost his money, the dude would have nothing. Like, nothing. That's what's really sad. That's what's truly sad. You have kids? Yeah, I have 2 little guys. Lockie's actually in the video that went up today. He's at the very end of it because he came in to see what I was doing because it was right about at 5 o'clock when I was finishing filming, I think it was. And so he came in to see if I was ready to come up for dinner and stuff. It was pretty cool. Let's see. Bro, before I checked back, I genuinely thought Todd had died. Oh no. Because everybody's like, rip Todd. Where'd Todd go? Yeah, no, he's fine, I think, as far as I know. What do you think you'd be doing instead of YouTube and the like? Honestly, I was considering going to law school and then like working as like either a public defender or a prosecutor, something like that. I have a lot of lawyers in my family on my mom's side, and I've always thought it was interesting. So I was telling Nikki, I was like, if I ever get like really bored with the YouTube stuff, I might just go to law school, or maybe I'll go get an MBA or something for fun. She was like, what do you mean for fun? I was like, I don't know. It sounds fun. You know, like, I don't know what to tell you. It just sounds fun. Lawyer here as well. Gaming makes people happier. Yeah, that's why like I'm enjoying this thoroughly. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, I think in another universe, that's what I would have done. You do great with an MBA with your finance degree. Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing is if I go get an MBA or a PhD or something in finance, I could see being like working as a professor or something too. It's a lot of options. A lot of options. Life's short. Let's keep going through this. Let's keep going through this, okay? Sorry, Jacob. You're going to have to cut this out. But
Each day features new decisions and no 2 days are the same. During live streams, you'll see the outcome of your decisions and be able to chat with the community.
what will Rachel tell Joy to do? Finish the oath. Oh God, dude. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? They have a currency tied to voting. So whichever option has the most currency next to it is what's going to happen. And what do you want to bet that you can buy that currency? So people will buy like 10,000 of it, and on choices they really want to screw things up for, or they really care about, they can just pay out like 30,000 to swing it the other way. Like, this is like Detroit Become Human, but completely. Yeah, I mean, yeah, even American Idol doesn't make you pay for votes. Exactly. Like, what? I don't, and I'm sure like you can get these for just watching. Like every time you watch an episode, you get 1,000 of them or something. But man, this is toxic.
Decisions aren't voting. Rather, you'll use influence points or IP to participate. The more IP you have, the more sway you'll have for the decisions you care about. You can also rally others to your decisions. Once a decision is made, it is canon. There's no reset button. Every day has a different, difficult decision. Come back daily, make your voice heard to drive those canon decisions and earn valuable rewards. Importantly, you don't have to be there live. All decisions are available at least 24 hours in advance, and every scene is available to watch on demand after the live stream. Every live stream concludes with a sequence where you and the entire audience must help a main character endure through real danger. You won't want to miss these live moments because if a character fails enough in them, they may not survive future encounters, leading to their permanent death in the story. These endurance scenes are one of the best places to earn large amounts of influence points, but you can also solve puzzles to get IP. Each day there are new puzzles to solve, and some will unlock lore or other bonuses. Decisions, endurance scenes, and puzzles all contribute to whether characters will face redemption, suffering, or damnation in Silent Hill Ascension's finale. Additionally, characters may lose hope if they fail too many times in a shared delusion. A character's hope needs to be high enough for them to survive a crucial story moment. If the audience fails too many delusions, you can increase hope by solving certain puzzles that restore characters' mental states. You can also be part of the show. Each day, you and other audience members can enter a cameo contest to have parts in the series. Influence points are how you get into the contest. You have the ability to customize how you will appear in the show using the character creator, and you will be permanently in the story of Silent Hill Ascension seen by millions.
I'm so I don't know if it's not her first language or if she's just not a professional, but like when I was taking theater classes, I had one theater professor who, granted, was a little weird, but he would throw things at you if your diction was not on point. Like, listen to how she just described, like, how she said the name of the game. Silent Hill Ascension.
Creator, and you will be permanently in the story of Silent Hill Ascension.
Silent Hill Ascension. I think there's like 4 or 5 letters that just got dropped. Like, I don't want to be me, but I'm like, they hired her to do the voiceover for this, and it doesn't feel professional. I think on Fiverr you could probably find people a little more capable. She's deaf, now you feel bad. I'd be like, why did they hire somebody who's deaf to do the voiceover?
Show using the character creator, and you will be permanently in the story of Silent Hill Ascension.
Silent Hill Ascension. Silent Hill Ascension. Do we need to clip that? Let's see, which soundbite is this? No, that one. We need that one.
16 times the detail.
We need that one.
Catch me outside, how about that?
We need that one.
Look here. Look here! Look, listen!
I called for help twice.
Oh,
and
we
not
need that
fuck
one
you,
too.
What
Yeah.
do you need or nothing?
I have never
never gonna financially recover from this.
I don't think we can give up any of these sound bites. These are all amazing. Okay, maybe we don't have the ability to clip it. I think we need all of those. Yeah, me looking at Silent Hill Ascension, trying to decide if I should vote on the story.
I am never gonna financially recover from this.
Jesus, dude.
Seen by millions. Your character is also your representation to
Luke, tell me, at least this game is free, right? If they wanted to make money of decisions, microtransactions, they need to put the game out for free. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing with mobile is that there's a huge resistance to an initial payout. So like if your game costs $5 on the App Store, even though $5 on Steam is nothing. I mean, you see a game for $5 on Steam, that's like, it's basically free, right? But on the App Store, people look at $5 for a mobile game and they're like, are you kidding me? No, it's a mobile game. So people are very resistant to upfront charges with mobile games. But the thing, I mean, that's part of the reason why these publishers figured out ways to offer it for free up front, but then make so much money off of a handful of whales that it ends up evening out, you know? Yeah, it's a free download. Yeah. So they get you to download it free. And then if they have just 1 in 10 people spend $10 on some cosmetics, all of a sudden that's the equivalent of them making $1 off of each person. You know, it's crazy. It's weird, but that's how it works. And a lot of these big games hunt for whales. So they hunt for the people that are looking to put a lot of money into it, either because they're addicted to it or because they just have poor impulse control or whatever else. It's like, you know, that's why we point to like DSP as a great example of the type of whale they're going after. Terrible financial literacy, also like terrible impulse control, and an addictive personality. And that is like the trifecta that these companies go after, because then they can get you to spend thousands upon thousands of dollars for sweaty JPEGs. Exactly. Exactly. It's pretty toxic. And on the one side, people are like, I mean, it's up to each individual. Like it's their fault. Like if an individual goes and spends, in the case of DSP, like over $100,000 on mobile games, like it's their fault. They lost the money. They did it. It was their choice. They're an adult. It's on them. And I get that. I understand that. But at the same time, I don't think a well-adjusted person makes those mistakes or does that. I think the type of person that does that is like somebody with a very addictive personality, you know? And I think that's exactly what, you know, we saw with DSP. Can we watch Wings stream watching the Boogie Doc? Oh, did he watch it? A reaction to a reaction? I wonder what he thought. Maybe I'll have to check it out. What is DSP? It's an old school like YouTuber that has been around forever, but it's like the platform's largest e-beggar. Yeah, I'm currently pretty deep in the DSP lore. Yeah, he's a loco. I came in late to the stream. So the game is a game that is being live streamed to the community, and the choices they make are made canon. Yes. And the way you vote on those decisions is with these points that you earn through puzzles or participating. And I would guess, and I would bet a lot of points on you also being able to purchase them.
To the rest of the community in chat and leaderboards. Each decision connects to a moment in the series. You can collect all moments in the series by participating in the decision and watching the result. And if you have the most impact on the decision, you'll collect a gold moment and be the only person in the world who has it.
Do you get an NFT?
You can also see other parts of your collection like achievements, lore, and unlocked items through your user profile. Customize your experience with the Silent Hill Ascension Season Pass, which unlocks exclusive puzzles, character, and profile customization options. Season Passes are the best way to gain IP to be part of the show, but you can access all the key features for free. Which characters survive or don't is in your hands. Face your trauma together and join millions of fans live to shape the canon of Silent Hill forever.
They say millions of fans. Realistically, how many people are actually doing this? They said there's months of content. Like months of episodes. Each episode's only like 6-7 minutes long.
James Norman donated £5 through Super Chat. Bought RoboCop and I'm curious if you managed to dive into the skill tree? I'm thinking of going with psychology mainly.
I have not actually sat down to play it. I do have it, but yeah, I played the demo. I thought it was super quirky and funny. So I will be getting into it, but I have not actually sat down to delve into it. Like I said earlier, I was trying to get into Starfield last night, and then I booted it up and it felt like I was playing something from 2006. So I was kind of shell-shocked. And then, funnily enough, it crashed, which surprised absolutely no one. So, yeah. Wings is live reacting to it right now, or about to. Oh, really? That's funny. Yeah, man, there's so much drama with those guys. It's ceaselessly entertaining. Have I played Super Mario Wonder? I want to, but in the move, I put my Switch into a box, and I have yet to find which box it's in. So once I find my Switch, yeah, I'll play it. But yeah, it's somewhere in one of these boxes I have laying around. So yeah, I will get to it eventually. So this game story doesn't actually stop. I mean, the lore restarts every season pass, or they make new stories along the way. It seems like a good concept, but I don't know. My understanding is that like season 2 will be a different story, just like a TV show, but the decisions and the way it plays out is affected by the players. At least that's what they're saying. The problem is that there's no way of verifying or finding out whether like this was the plan all along, or how many different variations of these stories they're planning on. I mean, with only 6-7 minute episodes, and like they keep saying towards the end of the story, towards the end of the season, there will be a big moment where everybody's like choices will then take effect. So they probably have like 2 months to render out 2 or 3 different little cutscenes that you'll watch, and that's like the big conclusion to the story based on your decisions. And I mean, again, it's not even your decisions, it's the decisions of the community, but the community as dictated by who has the most of these points. Like I maybe I'm just not patient, but the idea of spending months following this along, I just don't see it. I don't see how anybody would be super into this, but maybe there are people out there that would love it. I don't know. Are they players though? Well, exactly. I mean, there's puzzles, there's stuff like that. So there is some gameplay, I guess, but I think it really would just matter also about the quality of the story. I mean, even like a really good story, imagine like the old school, like the OG Last of Us. Would you experience that in 7-minute slices over the course of months? I think a lot of people would be like, I'm just going to wait and I'll watch the YouTube video that splices it all together. If the story really is that good. I just don't see it. Like it's experimental, it's different, but it seems so ridiculously built on just trying to milk players for money. Yeah, it's something else. It's something else. Silent Hill's Ascension, dude. Ugh. Drinner D, thank you so much. Therapy session. Need to talk about AC Mirage. Game's great, but I hate when designers refuse your character. A scabbard forcing exposed swords to dangle on their backs or waists kills my immersion. That is fair. But I mean, part of it, I think, honestly, and I think this is unironically the reason for that, is because they sell all of those like cosmetic packs specifically for like your knives, your dagger, your sword and stuff. So if they put it in a sheath, you wouldn't be able to see the thing you paid for. So they specifically like leave it exposed so that you can see it and feel cool for having spent money on it. So yeah. You can't even follow the story because the screen is so crowded with chat logs and pop-up notifications. Well, yeah, I'm sure you can pay to have your, like, put a sticker on screen and yeah. No shocker there. No shocker there at all. So they're making many branching paths that people won't be able to see because the community voted for something else. So now you have to see something that
donated
could happen.
$10 through Super Chat.
See how delayed it is? I don't know why it's so delayed. Let's pull out MS Paint. Let me just show you. We're gonna go deep in the paint. My understanding, and based on how they're describing this, I think what they're doing is it's gonna be like, this is the starting point, and as you go through, the story is very linear, and then at the very end, it probably splits off for each of the like 3 main characters, let's say, and there's like a survived state and a dead state. Survived, dead, survived, dead. And I think that's probably all it is, because they kept saying that as you go through, you'll be voting on different things, and that could bring up their whatever hope score, I think is what they called it. And so like the higher the hope score, the more likely they are to survive that final encounter. But like even the way they phrased it, where they're like, they're more likely to survive. So it's not a guarantee. So they can still kill them off if they want to. Like I would not, whoops, wrong camera. I would honestly not be surprised if there is basically no actual variability and they've already decided how everything's going to go. And, you know, if they need to throw an extra 40,000 points into this option to lean it that way, who's going to know? Like nobody would know. Like, oh, one of the developers happened to have an account with millions of those points, you know? So, just all told, it looks super toxic. It looks super toxic. And it shouldn't surprise us because Konami is, you know, they kind of specialize in taking things you love and then just making you super depressed about them. And this is just one more case where people love this franchise and it's just been steadily destroyed by Konami. So yeah, I guess we shouldn't be that surprised. I just think it boils down to the fact that there are 0 Silent Hills fans that want an online game with a season pass. Like that is so far removed from what Silent Hill fans love about the series. Yeah, well, and it's like I mentioned in the Suicide Squad video that we just put up today. Some people will ask, like, they really thought we'd like this? And I don't think that's true. I don't think they, like, Konami thinks that hardcore Silent Hills fans are going to love this. In the same way, I don't think that people at Rocksteady thought that fans were going to love Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. Instead, I think it's just about hunting those whales. You get, like, just a few hundred die-hard Silent Hills fans that also happen to be very susceptible to mobile game antics, and they alone could keep this thing afloat. Like there are streamers out there whose entire careers are basically propped up by 1 or 2 whales that donate to them, where like they don't have YouTube channels, they don't have anything else, all they have is their streams, and they just get a few big contributions from a few people out there, and that keeps their entire career afloat. And it's the same thing with mobile games, where there can be like a pretty low player count, but if there's just a few whales that spend a lot of money, it works. La Chocolate, that's funny. That's funny. This game is already tumbling down a Silent Hill. Yeah. Yeah. And Ricky, how many points are they going to give streamers to promote with that will break the game? Yeah. Where they go, I don't know what Konami's done in the past, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if they give, like, you know, an XQC type person a bunch of money to play the game, and then they also give them 1 million points to vote on stuff. Well, chat, this is so cool, chat. Chat. Is this real, chat? Honestly, bring back Flappy Bird, yeah. Vexed Mosquito, glad to have you, my friend. What people seem to forget is that AAA dev companies don't care about what the fans want anymore. They only care about how much we can milk our fans dry, and it's mostly the upper management that that makes the call. Yeah, I mean, I agree. But I think eventually it does catch up with you. The problem is that a lot of these companies act like the reputation of the brand will always remain static. So if you have like, what's another example? I mean, maybe Star Wars is a good example. Star Wars is a franchise that has had ups and downs in terms of brand value and reputation. But recently, I mean, it's at the bottom of the barrel. Like, people are just totally burnt out on Star Wars stuff. And it's mostly because they butchered the recent trilogy. And then they did this whole marketing campaign where they were like, the Force is female. Like, there were all those posters and bumper stickers they were trying to sell people. First of all, what does that even mean? Second of all, if you do that, like, you shouldn't be surprised when then little boys aren't that stoked because, like, well, the Force is female. That's the future. And so they kind of check out of it, you know? It's just like they think that they can push in one direction without any consequences on the other side of the equation. And that's not how it works. Like, if you push Assassin's Creed out and you start shoving out a bunch of mobile games, and then you shove out a bunch of broken, buggy, quick mini spin-off games and everything, the value of the brand is going to drop. And the fans will get burnt out and not trust a damn thing you put out. And that's what's happening with Silent Hill. It's what happened also with Metal Gear. What was it? Metal Gear Survive or something like that? The zombie like spin-off game they made after Kojima left. There's all sorts of things like that. COD, Fortnite, and Apex, all those devs just focus on announcing new cosmetics BS rather than meaningful updates. Well, apparently that's the whole thing with Destiny. I mean, I don't play Destiny, but I did have some people that play Destiny a lot reach out, and they had some really interesting things to say. I mean, more than anything, it just sounds like they have consistently prioritized those little bundles and stuff and like the quick DLC releases and things over fixing core balancing issues and fixing core problems with the game. And it's the same thing with Call of Duty. I mean, people have gotten burnt out on Call of Duty consistently, but somehow people still keep playing it. And I mean, I'll give Fortnite credit. I mean, to their credit, they have so many game modes, partially because they have players to support it, but like they have their build mode, which some people play and, you know, exclusively engage with. Then they also have their no build mode, and they are bringing back or they might have done it today, I'm not sure, but they're bringing back the OG map and stuff. Like, they at least shake it up a little bit more. Bro, do not get me started on Destiny. The Eververse story gets more content than the actual game does. Yeah, well, and that's the thing is they think that if you just do that, the players will still love the game. And when we eventually get around to a big DLC or expansion, they'll buy that and they'll be happy. But when you're a core player and all you're seeing is that seemingly a ton of effort's being put into the store and very little effort is being put into the core game, you're going to get ticked. And eventually you probably just say, you know what, I'm going to move on for a bit. I need a break. You know? Warzone is crushing it with their cosmetics, but the inability to earn via playing, even if it was a time sink, bothers me. Yeah, well, and the pricing is just so insane. It's like $25. And my problem also is that they sell weapon bundles with like attachments and stuff. Sometimes they're even broken and they're part of the meta. So it's like, oh, interesting. You broke the game, and now this is part of the meta, but you're selling me back the solution to the broken thing. Like, what? You know, I don't like it. My best friend has the most toxic relationship with Destiny. He loves it, but it only hurts him. That's a lot of people with Warzone too. People are like, I hate this game so much. Let's load back in. You know, it's just like, what are we doing? You know, like, it's so ridiculous to me. Just stop playing. Stop it. Get some help. But I was there too. I played a lot of it. We play a lot of Warzone. Where are we dropping, boys? Yeah, exactly. For me, skins are fine in a freemium game. Yeah, I have no problem with cosmetics. There's the occasional exception where like the rose skin in Warzone was like verifiably broken. The shade of black / dark gray they used for it blended in with the shadows. So if you were crouched in a corner as Rose with the rose skin, you basically were invisible for at least a handful of frames, which is not fair to people that don't have that skin, which is why every major like competitive player, every streamer, they all used the rose skin, right? Because it was basically just a little OP boost. But beyond that, I have no problem with cosmetics. The problem I have is that like a lot of their guns have, oh, this gun bundle, yeah, it's a cool cosmetic for this weapon you can unlock and grind open, but it's also got, you know, all of these other perks and attachments and stuff, and that stuff kind of drives me crazy. I saw something that said the guy who helps design the Destiny gameplay came from the casino industry, so the game is made to be just as addictive. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't shock me at all. That's like the whole thing. They want to keep you engaged with it. They want to keep you hooked, and so they're going to bring people in that keep you hooked like that. Makes sense to me. BlizzCon, ready to see how Blizzard keeps breaking my heart. Seems a lot of this is going around. Yeah, is BlizzCon happening right now? When's the like show? BlizzCon 2023 opening ceremony. They're 55 minutes out. Okay. I mean, we'll see. What are the odds something like useful is actually revealed? They say BlizzCon 2023 kicks off live with the opening ceremony. Tune in for our biggest reveals, Diablo announcements, and panel discussions for Warcraft and Overwatch. Man, I hope they turn it around. I really do. But like the problem with this stuff, people are like, oh, they were bought by Xbox, now it'll be good. That's not a given. Like, yeah, they were bought by Xbox, but the problem is a lot of the talent that made Blizzard super successful back in the day is gone. You know, it's the same thing with like Rocksteady. We're all excited for maybe if they get past Suicide Squad, they'll go make another Arkham game. It's not a given that will therefore be just like Arkham Knight or just as good. Like it's been, by that point, it would be over a decade since Arkham Knight, and a lot of the talent responsible for making that game so great is gone. Like they moved to other studios. It's why like it's so frustrating to see these single player devs that are being forced to make mobile games and like live service games and all this other stuff, because it leads to those devs getting frustrated and just wanting to move on, and they go to another studio where they can make a game they actually want to make, and you can't get that talent back quickly. Same with same with BioWare. You can't just get all the devs at BioWare back. Most of them have left for other studios. A lot of them are working at like CDPR now. It's not just a given that, oh, well, it's the same building. It has the same corporate name, so therefore they can make the same quality of stuff. Like, no, unfortunately not. And it doesn't, I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. Would you want to work at a company if other companies wanted to hire you? They were chasing you down because of the stuff you are capable of. And you're like, I can stay here and make a game I loathe and that I don't want to be associated with. Or I can go work on something I'm passionate about and that I love and get paid just as much or maybe more. Of course you would leave. You know? People don't have that much, like, I guess, loyalty to a building, I don't think. Yeah, they made Anthem, but they also made like all of the old school RPGs that, you know, like kind of defined the mid 2000s. Yeah, Bethesda was bought by Xbox, and it doesn't mean Starfield automatically is perfect. Yeah, I mean, they're still at the core of the same studios they were before. And with Blizzard and Activision, a lot of the frustrations with them came from mismanagement. So the hope is now with better management, it won't be so toxic. But I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Bolt's Hyper, Luke, any plans on revisiting GTA Definitive Edition? Maybe on stream or something, but every time I've ever tried to make a YouTube video off of GTA, for whatever reason, they just don't do well. It's weird. Because the games are huge. Like, the game should do very, very well, but for whatever reason, it just doesn't. It just doesn't. Okay. Why don't we work through these while we buy time till the thing. Maddie, like I said, Maddie did a quick little video on what's happening with Starfield, and the thing that interested me the most was the response in the comments, actually. So I think we'll just get a little bit of context from Maddie in the video itself, and then I want to go to the comment section and just dig into it a little bit more. And then we have, like, BlizzCon here in a bit, and we've got I want to talk about Total War and Creative Assembly, the guys that are just single-handedly destroying that franchise, which is tragic, but we'll get into all of that. But we'll start with Maddie, and basically, just to frame this, like, the most hardcore Bethesda fans, you guys know, before the game came out, it was very, very hard to get anybody to acknowledge shortcomings or concerns with the game. I mean, it's why, like, I would make those skeptical look videos, or videos trying to calm down the hype. Hype makes you stupid. I would try to calm them down, talk them off the cliff a little bit, and nobody wanted to listen to it in these communities that were pretty die-hard, devoted to the game. But now the game's come out, and people have had time to settle on it, to think about it, to ponder it. And what's amazing to me is that even Bethesda's fans are starting to come around and be like, yeah, there's some quirks. There's some things we would hope to change. And I am here for it. I'm so glad that people are seeing this now. And maybe, just maybe, next time they'll come around fully and they won't get so hyped in the first place. I got a very sweet DM on Twitter from somebody that was basically just like, thank you for talking. I think they phrased it as talking me off the cliff of Starfield hype. And he's like, because once I got my hands on the game, I played it for about 10 hours and I realized it just was not what I was looking for. And it was pretty disappointing. But he's like, I can only imagine how crushed I would be if I'd gotten really hyped up for it and then gotten my hands on it. So thank you. And I thought it was very, very sweet. That was very sweet. James, thank you also for the 5 great British pounds. My biggest frustration with Activision is that they have a decade of Marvel games, mainly Spider-Man, under lock and key. I'd kill for a port of Ultimate Spider-Man. I would guess a lot of it's licensing stuff. I'd bet that they can't just like do a new version of it without getting Sony approval. And there's no way Sony would approve an alternative Spider-Man title to be released. Like, there's just no way. There was no way. Anything that's going to hurt their baby? Yeah, they're not doing that. They're not doing that. Okay, Maddie.
Here today. I hope all of you are doing fantastic. Today we're sitting down to answer
I am, Maddie. Thank you.
one key question. What's happening with Starfield? There's been a lot of conversation surrounding the game as the months have persisted onward. Many saying the game is dead. It's fallen off a cliff. There's no conversation around it.
I've seen that too. Honestly, I've felt it as well. It just seems like, Phantom Liberty dropped soon after and people went back to Baldur's Gate and like also the Star Citizen, like the Citizen Con thing was just such a slap upside the head. If you've not seen our look at the Star Engine thing, look that up. Jacob, when he does the stream clip, will put it in the description. You got to check that out because the whole thing is basically just one big jab at Starfield. They're like, yeah, everything you're about to see is running in real time with no load screens. In real time, surface of the planet, straight into outer space. And then you go and you can warp to another planet in the solar system in the matter of seconds without a load screen. And like they just go back and forth and constantly just burr, burr. It's like, stop, they're already dead. And I think all of this is combined to give Starfield an aura of just feeling very, I think, lackluster by comparison. And like I mentioned at the top of the stream, I went back to Starfield last night to start going through some extra parts to prep for some like a big video we're working on. And dear God Almighty, I mean, you guys know I run with a 4090. This computer should have no problem at all running this game at the highest possible settings. And it cannot run this thing above 65 frames on like high settings at 4K. Like, it's insane. It's ridiculous. I can play like Phantom Liberty at native 4K with ray tracing and stuff enabled. Looks way, way better. No load screens, seamless open world, and it runs at like 100 plus frames a second. It's just ridiculous how many things within Starfield are just, I don't even know. It's clunky. Parts of it are just straight up broken, and other parts are design decisions that are just not, frankly, competitive with the modern market.
Many stats saying the exact opposite. There's also been updates that have finally hit the game that were needed at launch, key features missing, such as DLSS support, which we'll talk about in a moment, and many wondering when Bethesda is going to announce plans to respond to some of the criticisms that have been put at the feet of Starfield.
One thing with DLSS, by the way, so DLSS was added on launch day, or I think it was the day after launch day, into Starfield by a fan modding it. And it's taken Bethesda this long to get DLSS out. It's not even, I think, technically out yet. It's still coming in November at some point. At least it wasn't there when I played the game last night. So like they're still working on it. And I've asked people, like, can somebody help me understand why modders are able to get this working in a day, but Bethesda can't issue like a hot fix just to quickly patch it in? Like, I honestly don't get it. And I understand there's extra approvals you have to get. There's regulatory stuff sometimes, and it's not as simple as just pressing a button and now there's DLSS. I get that. But surely it should be able to be done within a week. If a modder could do it in a day, shouldn't a team of like 300 plus people be able to get this thing out within a week? But it's been months. You know, it's just insane to me. And the fact that DLSS was missing in the first place was weird. AMD of all companies had to come out and be like, no, we don't have an exclusive deal with them for FSR2. AMD came out and said that. So everybody's like, wait, but if you don't have an exclusive deal for FSR2, like, why isn't DLSS in it? Because DLSS is way better than FSR2. And Bethesda's just like, what? Like they didn't know. It's just crazy. There's so many little things like this. I don't understand why loading screen is such a big deal. People keep playing Zelda and the loading screens are way longer than Starfield. Once you're in Tears of the Kingdom, you're in. Like, once you're playing the game, you're in. You can go from the Skylands, and then you can jump down to the surface of the map and then down into the Underdark and no load screens. Like, just straight up skydiving straight down. And that runs on a toaster. You know, and that seamless experience matters for games about adventure and exploration and especially immersion, which Starfield is allegedly about. And I just think it's if you're going to have load screens, it better be for a good reason. And with Starfield, there's never really that much of a good reason. Like, you load into a fishbowl and then you can kind of explore around the fishbowl, walking 3, 4, 5 minutes between points of interest. And then you hop back in your ship and you load somewhere else. Like, it doesn't feel like you're loading into a huge, crazy new world. Like, honestly, if you could just freely explore the world, the planet that you land on, like, and there was a load screen, I think I could at least understand that. I would still be like, hey, No Man's Sky, like Star Citizen, they're all doing it already. Like, they don't need the load screen, so what's your excuse? But at the very least, then I would get it. With Starfield, though, you load into these little areas, and it just feels outdated. It just really does. Yeah, it is what it is. Then can you explain the patience you guys have with travel between planets to Star Citizen? At the start of the game, so just to be clear, I'm sorry, Maddie, I did do you dirty. There we go. Okay. At the start of the game, when you like say, you start out with like the $45 like starter package for Star Citizen, you have the starter ship. You've not upgraded anything. You've not upgraded warp drives. You haven't upgraded anything. You're not expected, just like with any other video game, to try and fly to the end locations, the end planets far, far away right off the rip. You're expected to mainly hang out in that area. You're going to be completing missions in that planet area until you have the money to then upgrade your ship, get a better one, buy a new whatever, which have faster warp drives that make that travel not that big of a deal. I think a lot of people will try to go in and they have like the starter ship and they're like, oh my God, it takes like 6 minutes for me to warp to the other side of the solar system. It's like, yeah, you're not really expected to like start off the rip doing that. Like you're kind of expected to try to work your way up. So like I grant you, yeah, there's a good amount of time traveling between planets and systems in Star Citizen, absolutely. But most of that's just determined by your equipment, by your gear, by your kit up in your ship, and all of that can be altered and changed as it goes. 6 minutes long. Yeah, 15. I guess, yeah, if you're going straight to the other side of the solar system, it can be like 15. Yeah, it can be a lot. I mean, the systems are huge. I mean, it's ridiculous. But it's also definitely very much a hard sci-fi compared to a soft sci-fi, which is closer to what Starfield is. It's not trying to be super realistic, whereas Star Citizen is aiming to be more grounded. So it's just, slightly different in terms of what they're trying to do. They could gamify it more and have it be just, a matter of seconds, but at least as of right now, they haven't done that.
What's going to happen with the Shattered Space expansion? What's going to happen with modding? How's it going to be handled on consoles? There's many questions still surrounding Starfield, all because many people are anticipating what is happening next. But to cap off this entire conversation, I wanted to get into a very important interview that was conducted by MinMax with Bruce Nesmith, who served as the senior systems designer for Starfield. So a former Bethesda Game Studios veteran who worked extensively on Starfield, and get some insight into the processes and decision-making surrounding this game to kind of perfectly encapsulate
the name's super familiar.
Happening
Bruce
with this
Nesmith.
game
That's super
and how
familiar.
Bethesda may or may not respond to the game's biggest criticism. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, if you're new here and you're into Starfield news, information, conversation, you're in the right place. Please do consider subscribing.
Yeah, go sub to Maddie. I know we meme on him sometimes because he loves Bethesda stuff, but he's a great dude. Makes some great content. He's one of the most persistent, hardworking guys I've ever done collabs with or anything. Show him some love.
Start off at the top with the latest patch to hit Starfield, because I think it's an important way to set the tone. So the latest addition is DLSS support, which has been posted on Bethesda's Twitter account, where they write, "We've been hard at work on Starfield updates, and we'll be putting our next one into the Steam beta next week. This update will feature NVIDIA DLSS support with frame generation, display, and HDR controls for supported systems, and other optimizations and improvements. You'll be able to opt in to try it via Steam beta options. We'd love your feedback before it goes live."
Dude, how bad will it run that they're putting it in Steam beta? It's not even in the core update. I don't know if I have the strength to update, like to put my version of Starfield on a beta path. Like, oh man, it's got to run like absolute ass if they're doing that, right? Like, surely.
For all PC and Xbox players. Stay tuned for specifics soon, and thanks for playing. Now, one of the reasons behind this delay, many believe, although it's never been officially confirmed, is when Bethesda signed that deal with AMD, they were the official PC partner, and AMD claimed, like, we're not doing anything to prevent DLSS from arriving. But I've always said that it may have been in Bethesda Game Studios' best interest to have that arrive later because of that partnership. That is just speculation, we're not sure. But it's finally going to be hitting Steam beta next week. Many people wanting more.
I just don't know why AMD would come out and say, no, they don't have a deal with us for exclusive FSR stuff. Like, they could put DLSS in, it's not a big deal. I don't know what Bethesda gets out of that. Like, I guess maybe they just didn't want to, like, I think it's just another example of them just not wanting to be arsed. They're like, no, we have a deal with FSR2. AMD engineers helped us put FSR2 in the game. Like, we don't want to have to do Nvidia's stuff all by ourselves. Like, no.
Or massive updates, I understand. And I think that's mostly fueled by Cyberpunk, where we've been in the thick of massive updates for that game, because originally those starting updates when the game was completely broken were smaller, quality of life, key feature additions like what we're seeing here. And I don't think it's going to be until 2024 that you see those massive gameplay changes like city maps, for example, hit Starfield. So I'd shift your expectations accordingly.
Yeah, the city map thing, again, just baffles me. That's not like a little oopsie poopsie. That's like, what the hell were you thinking?
But the reason I wanted to set the tone with that is because despite all the conversation surrounding Starfield, you wouldn't be faulted for thinking it's gone a bit sour. If you head over to Steam, which is not the end-all be-all, but is at least a good gauge on conversation alongside the likes of Reddit and other social media platforms, you'll see Starfield is currently sitting at a mixed review rating, at least for the last 10,000 reviews that have been submitted for the game. This is important because it's not like it's a last wave. We'll show stats in a little bit that Starfield is consistently getting incredible play. Now, I don't want to completely hyperfixate on these review scores, but it is important because it is an update to a previous conversation we had about Starfield's reviews on Steam versus 76's and how they were neck and neck, but the fact that Starfield was in the same company as 76 was kind of confusing to some. I'll say what I said previously, which is that 76 came to Steam with the Wastelanders update, so it had a much better starting point, whereas if it was there at launch, I think it would be well and below where Starfield currently is sitting. But yeah, Fallout 76 currently sits at 71.65% over on Steam, whereas Starfield is at 67.67%. So that gap, which was originally like 0.1, 0.2, and
it is tough to gauge how many of these are in good faith, though. And I'll defend Starfield on this one. Like, there's a lot of like, I think there's a lot of bad faith reviews on Steam. I don't know if this specifically is people that have played it. I would like to see, you know, a way to filter out reviews if they have less than like 2 hours of gameplay time or less than 5 hours. Because like people who are arguing in bad faith, they probably will download it, play it for an hour, and then refund it and move on. So if you could filter out all of those, I think that would be interesting. Then again, you would lose out on the genuine reviews of people like, I tried it for 2 hours and I just didn't like it, so I'm returning it, and here's my review of why I didn't like it. That would also be fair, because you wouldn't want to, you know, cut those out. But that's why, like, you just can never take this with very much. You got to take it with a lot of salt, because it doesn't really mean much of anything.
Many people believe Starfield would climb above it is now a much more significant gap. And the reason...
Yeah, it's the same with reviewing places on Yelp. Yeah, how often do you leave, or do you bother to leave a review versus good experiences versus bad? Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. It's like if you go to a restaurant, you remember the times when things didn't go well way more than the times everything went totally fine. Like, I don't know how many times I've been to McDonald's in my life, but I can tell you the handful of times that they really screwed up my order, but I couldn't tell you about the times when everything was just totally fine. Because you forget about it, you know, it's just in one ear out the other. You just move on. But when something goes bad, that sticks. Yeah, you always remember that.
This is all important to underscore is people do have legitimate criticisms of the game. Many people are complaining about the amount of loading, the exploration, the procedural content, stuff that is important to set the table here. I'm doing all this so that when we get into the interview, you have all this context. Despite all that, on the positive side of things, if you're Xbox, if you're Bethesda, you are thrilled about Starfield. These Steam reviews probably don't even matter to you. You go over here and you look at what Matt Piscatella of Circana had posted, and it shows that Starfield in the Xbox ecosystem was only surpassed by one game in September, and that was the biggest game on planet Earth, Fortnite. So when it comes to player count, Starfield is absolutely...
Fortnite, dab on the haters. Oh, Roblox is here. I was about to say, where's Roblox? But Roblox is here. Who's Xbox? Let's see. Ecosystem. Monthly active users for September. Yeah, I mean, it's September. Like, again, it's still crazy to see GTA here. That's crazy. But it's for September. You'd hope that it's Xbox's biggest launch. Like, you'd really hope that with it being the biggest release there, that they would have close to the highest monthly active users. But I'd be interested in what this stat is today for October.
Absolutely titanic. And you look now, even almost 2 months after launch, and Starfield is still in the top 10 most played games on Xbox next to Battle Royales like Apex Legends. You have GTA 5 there, the newest NBA game is there, you have Roblox there, Call of Duty, Fortnite, you're next to Minecraft, Madden. So Starfield as a single player game is standing there with some of the biggest beasts in the industry, and that is absolutely commendable and cannot continue to be overlooked. Starfield is, as my good friend Jess Corden put it,
I will overlook it. I'm just kidding. No, I mean, I agree. It's admirable. It's good. They're doing great. I don't know. Like, maybe I'm just a cynic, but I don't put a lot of weight into curated lists produced by companies. Like, if Sony puts out Spider-Man 2 and then they're like, oh, look at Spider-Man 2 is on what's popular now. on the list in our store. Like, I'm assuming the game's popular, but I'm not assuming that was like put together in the most independent, unbiased way. Like, even if it wasn't doing great, it would still probably be there, you know? Like, I don't know if I would put much weight on curated lists. I just personally, but I mean, yeah, clearly people are playing it, people are enjoying it, but it seems that very diehard people are playing it, and for the average consumer, they've kind of moved on to other things.
Pretty much,
which I think is the main
like, you're not just investing
discussion
now,
point.
You're investing into the future, right? Like, you know, they're going to be updates. Bethesda's already promised 5+ years of updates, so many people are excited by that. And I suspect this player count will see massive boosts, where I can imagine Starfield surging back up to the top 3 if they drop Shattered Space and it's really good. Now, with all the data out there, it's time to get into the opinion of things to then dive into the interview segment of the video. Starfield is a game that definitely shows its biggest weaknesses at the front of the experience, right? From the planet count to the procedural content to the guided exploration, the redundant tutorials that oftentimes actually leave you confused. But it's a very special...
And there's a lot of stuff that they never teach you. Like, there's a lot of little stuff you don't realize. Like, focusing your mining beam does more damage, I guess if you call it damage, to the thing that you're mining. So if you focus the beam, it kind of charges it quickly. Like, little bitty things that they just never tell you. Maybe they added the tutorial in to clarify that now, but when I played it, it didn't have that. There's just a lot of little stuff. So I would agree. I mean, it wears its issues on its shoulder, which is, I guess, in one way admirable. They're not trying to hide it away, but it does make it very clear where, like, right off the rip, they just start throwing you into like constant load screens, constant like fast traveling as you go and collect things from 5 different planets and load every single time. Like, it's pretty jarring. I think it was also really bizarre, like, and this is granted just a very subjective thing. I thought it was weird that they start off and just give you a big ass spaceship right off the top. I thought surely they would start you off with something small, and then building your ship and upgrading it is like a long-term goal for the player. But instead, they start you off with like a pretty capable ship, and then you're just good to go. You know, I saw a bunch of videos of people that were like in the end game of Starfield, and they didn't really mess with the ship. They just kept using the one that they had. They did a couple of little upgrades to it, maybe swapped out engines or something, but I thought it was weird that they just started you off like that. I thought it would have made way more sense to start you off with something small that you work towards something bigger with.
Unique game, and as you go deeper into it, one of two things is happening to people, hence why it's so split down the middle. You have a game that you either fall more in love with due to its magnificence, or you have a game that you become jaded towards because the same issues continue to repeat. The loading screens, another procedural planet, the same content you saw on planet A is now on planet Z, and so on and so forth. Now, all this is to set up.
And I absolutely agree. I mean, I think that's very accurate. There's some people that are at like 500 hours or 1,000 hours or whatever now, and they're having more fun with it now than they did when they started playing it. For me, the more I play it, the more I loathe it, the more I detest it. And a part of it is that when you play a lot of a game that you're just not loving, if you force yourself to keep playing it, you start to get really burnt out, which is why I took like a big break from it. But then going back to it now, I'm like, nope, I still don't want to be here. You know? So I think I definitely fit in that category, but there's absolutely people that have been playing it for, at this point, like 2 full months and are having a great time and want to just keep playing it, and you know, they're loving it. I'm glad for those people. I'm glad they got the game they were hoping for, but it is crazy how polarizing the game is. And it seems that most of the polarization is tied up in how much of the clunk you can tolerate. If you can tolerate crazy load screens, the constant fast traveling, the small fishbowl environments, the empty spaces between points of interest on planets while you're exploring. If you can tolerate all that stuff, the weird like change in camera angle and cinematic camera during conversations, even though they had a much better system working in Fallout 4. If you can tolerate all that, you can probably have a great time. But if you're somebody that plays a lot of newer games, if you're somebody that cares about things being comparable to their peers, like, you're going to burn out, I think.
what is now this interview here. So let's get into some key quotes from senior systems designer Bruce Naismith, who had some really, I think, crucial things to point out here when it came to Starfield and its development cycle, where he says, Todd Howard pretty much pulled the number 100 for the number of solar systems out of thin air. But the more we went on, the more it was like, okay, so all core activity takes place in these 24 in the settled systems, and the rest of it is open space. But people love our big open games. They love the open area to explore, so let's go ahead and let them have it. I think some of the exploration stuff didn't come through as well as it could have because they decided to make other choices, he says. And never misunderstand this. In every game studio on the face of this planet, they know the choices they're making. They know the things that are not going to be in there. They know what the players are going to moan about, but you've got to make that hard choice.
Yeah. No, I think that's fair. And it's also just, if we think like, how could they forget this? They were working on this for like a decade, sitting in the office every day, talking about it, day in, day out. They didn't forget about anything. They chose to not have it. It's like the rovers. People, like the one thing I've heard every fan kind of agree on with Starfield is the game would be better if you had like a rover to explore these big empty spaces with. The game would be better, which is why so many of them started coping and being like, it's because they are in the game, but they're just going to be modded in or added in as part of an expansion later, or it'll be an update, a free update. Or before the game had even launched, I had fanboys telling me in that Skeptical Look video where I was like, this seems like a big oversight to me. I had fanboys saying, no, they just haven't shown vehicles yet, but I bet there's going to be vehicles. They just are saving it as a big surprise. And now they look really, really stupid, but you know, who cares? They were defending, you know, for the Emperor God Howard. They were defending the Emperor in that moment. And so who cared if they were just making crap up as they went, you know? Spencer, thank you for the 2, by the way. Has anybody modded vehicles into Starfield yet? I've not seen them, and it seems like it's mainly because of engine restraints. And let me be clear, like, there's reasons why they don't have vehicles. Engine reasons, technical reasons why they don't have them. But that's not my problem. Like, if the game mandates needs vehicles for exploration, you got to figure it out or change the way it's working so vehicles aren't needed. But they didn't do either of those things. Instead, the game just still needs vehicles, and it just still feels really kind of when you're trying to explore planets. And they didn't offer a solution to it, you know? Yeah, I would take a horse at this point. Give me a space horse. I'd be happier with that. Wet Donkey also, thank you for the 5. Starfield made me excited for Mass Effect 4, and I find it funny. That is a little funny. What I found most interesting was when I put up that survey asking people if they were more or less excited for Elder Scrolls 6 after playing Starfield. And it was like a solid 45% of people said that they were less excited after playing Starfield, which I thought was crazy. Like, we're talking about almost half of this sample size. I think like 30,000 people voted on that survey. And like half of them said that they're less excited for Elder Scrolls after playing Starfield because they've seen just how outdated it feels. And again, like, Bethesda has steadily been behind the curve technologically for like 15 years at this point. And it's only gotten worse as they've fallen further behind. The distance between them and the top of the line competitors gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And by the time we get Elder Scrolls 6, we're probably seeing Witcher 4 sometime around there. And we've seen what CDPR is capable of doing with Phantom Liberty and all of that. Just imagine how crappy Elder Scrolls is going to look as a fantasy game next to The Witcher 4. Like, it won't even be close. I think it's going to really come back to hurt them if they don't do some serious work to try and shake it. Because, man. But Luke, it's the creation engine too. Yeah. Cry me a river, dude. Drinner, also, thank you for the 5. What is that saying about your company if new releases are scaring your fan bases for future games? Exactly. Every game should excite your fans more for what comes next. But 45% were like, no, I'm less excited for it. And that's a huge problem. You ask that same question of people who played Phantom Liberty. We could do this survey and remind me at the end of the segment. I can put up the survey on the YouTube channel. We'll see what people say. But I would bet you good money Overwhelmingly, people will say they're more excited for The Witcher 4 after playing Phantom Liberty. But with Starfield, it's 45% are like, no, I'm kind of less about it. That's a huge problem. That is a stat that should really be freaking out BGS and Xbox. Like, that should be the big concern.
So what this sounds like to me is that over at Bethesda Game Studios, they had a conversation likely saying, hey, we're kind of leaning into procedural content here. 1,000 planets, lots of repeated objectives. Players are definitely going to run into this. Is it worth it? Is the scale worth it? And I think you got to say, according to Todd Howard, it was. And that's because, according to Bruce, all the final say decisions, while Todd will deny it, do go through him. So here's what he said. The success of several Bethesda-produced games meant that the team enlarged to a slightly uncomfortable size, according to Nesmith, which partially contributed to his leaving. There were a lot of changes going on, he says, and the structure of the company was also such that, half because of the pandemic and half because of the necessary changes, you didn't get to interact with Todd as much anymore. He was understanding of the change, though. When you're running 6 different studios and you've got a dozen projects going on at a time, he's only one man. But despite the lines of communication becoming a lot more rigid, Howard supposedly had the final say on most creative decisions.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, as a company scales up, especially if it's built around kind of one guy, it gets really tough to figure out who should be allowed to talk to him and what you should do. Because if you allow every like small team lead to just go directly to Todd, like back in the Starfield or the Skyrim days, he's like all day, every day, all his meetings are just going to be talking with these little team leads. That doesn't work. You know, it just doesn't. He doesn't have enough time for that. So then you have to set up systems where, like, okay, Todd will talk to his executive producers and to his gameplay directors, and they will talk to each of their subordinates who are team leads of each sub-team under that. So everything funnels back to Todd, but through multiple lines of communication. And that can certainly make it more difficult. And it could explain why the magic of BGS games has seemingly been kind of fumbled recently, where it just feels like they're not quite doing the same thing they used to be able to do.
All decisions run through Todd. He would hate me for saying that because he doesn't believe it's true. But unfortunately, it is true. He recalled that when developers wanted anything different from the Bethesda usual, they would have to get the idea in front of him. The Starfield lead was also quick to point out that Howard wasn't keen on the organizational structure either. I will give him credit, he has tried really, really hard to not be the last say guy. It's not something he wants intellectually. The studio supposedly molded into that shape because Howard is somebody that has opinions and whose opinions are highly valuable. According to Nesmith.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, if you have any boss in a structure like this, it's going to be really hard for him to be like, I don't care. Do whatever you want. What you think is best, do that. Maybe the way you do that is just by cutting off the communication. Maybe that was the strategy too. It's like everybody keeps coming to Todd to see what they should finalize for this system. And he's like, I don't want to be the one to make this decision. It's a creative, collaborative effort. So you're not allowed to talk to me. Go figure it out. Maybe they do that. I don't know. But yeah, I'm sure it's really tough.
The longtime Bethesda director was able to put himself in the seat of your everyday player to a far better extent than the rest of the design team. That attribute meant he was naturally the last say guy because he was able to see it from the Joe Average's player perspective, which makes you wonder a bit about...
I mean, the thing that always interested me about Todd watching all of those interviews from back in the day is that Todd would always describe it as, how do you make X fun? How do you make this something players want to do? And that's how he approached like Fallout 3. It's how he approached Skyrim. It's how he tried to approach Fallout 4. But it seems like as the company has scaled up, a lot of stuff has become, how do we shove more content in? How do we try to make this bigger and crazier? And it's become less about the player experience because so many elements of Starfield are pretty bad for the player experience. I mean, the like 3-4 minutes of walking between points of interest on planets, that's bad. That's not fun. Just walking and then occasionally boosting with your jetpack, that's not fun. It just isn't. Like maybe it's the fun for the first 2 times you do it because the jetpack can be kind of cool. And then you burn out on it. And you're like, oh, I have to run all the way over there. God damn it. And it happens all the time. So there's a lot of little bitty things about Starfield that I feel miss out on precisely that. They're not focused on the player experience. It's focused more instead on trying to make the game as big and crazy in scale as possible while not valuing the player experience.
About who BGS is catering to. When you look at the dialogue and the questing focus, Starfield, I feel as a longtime BGS fan, is catered directly to me. absolutely through and through, this is some of the best quest work you have seen in a BGS game. No doubt about it in my eyes. But at the same time, you see a quote like that, and it kind of makes sense where Bethesda catered to the masses. Its sense of endlessness, 1,000+ planets, all of this procedural content, doubling down on what made Oblivion, but stripping out some of the best parts, leaving behind the sense of wandering, the exploring differently. And again, to Bethesda Game Studios' credit, they were aware of this while they said it extremely late. Todd Howard did say in an interview that the way you explore in Starfield is different, and he wonders if people are going to have a tough time with it, which is a quote we've gone back to ad nauseum, so I'm not going to beat a dead horse here, that I do think at the end of the day, I really like Starfield, but I think Bethesda sacrificed a little too much to get that vision across the table on what made their studio special. The reason I know that community-wise is because I'm starting to see people complimenting Fallout 4, and for the longest time...
Yeah. It's like the Bethesda community is almost flipping and doing the Call of Duty thing, where like a game releases, and they're like, this sucks, we hate it. Then time goes by, and they're like, actually, it's not bad. Maybe we were too harsh on it. And then the next game comes out and they're like, okay, this sucks. What we had before was awesome. And the developer's like, but you hated that. You hated what we did before. What are you talking about? It's like, no, we just were trying to be pretty critical, but shut up. You know, like, and I think Bethesda fans are doing the same thing. We're like, now I'm surprised by it too. I'm looking back at Fallout 4 and I'm like, I think the gunplay in a lot of ways was better in Fallout 4 than in Starfield. And then also the environments were way more interesting than in Starfield. And also exploration was way better than in Starfield. And like little bitty technological things, I think in some ways just the added color in Fallout 4 can look better in environments than Starfield's really flat presentation with the weird color filters they put on it. And I also think the cinematic cameras they had in Fallout 4 were way better than the static straight on thing that they do in Starfield for some reason. Like they had it figured out. They did it better in Fallout. You know, I've been through it 1,000 times. I'm going to have an aneurysm if I keep going. Okay, just continuing.
Fallout 4 has been destroyed online by fans as this betrayal of all the conventional Bethesda Game Studios designs, right? The legendary weapons, the I'll mark another settlement on your map, the endless radio quest lines, just expanding and bloating the components that were first introduced into Skyrim as major mechanics and focusing on settlement building that was introduced in Hearthfire instead of focusing on questing and exploration. So to see people...
It is really funny that people hated on Fallout 4 for being bloated and trying to go too big. And now we have Starfield.
People saying, well, Fallout 4 got this right. It got the point A to point B and the distractions that would take you over and pull you away from your initial objective. And you'd still feel like you've done something meaningful. Like Fallout 4 got that right. For me, as someone who's been in the thick of the community for a while, to start seeing that sort of talk, I found it shocking. I really did, because I've always defended Fallout 4. I've always said I think it's a fantastic game. Is it flawed? Absolutely. But I've always gone to the defense for it, famously so. Maybe a little too extreme at times. But I look at something like Starfield, and I wouldn't be surprised if this game went through the same discourse. And I hope, and I don't expect much from you two, but I would hope people got to this point in the conversation, because while I know it's an honest, critical look at the series, I do think that Starfield is a game, and I said this in my final verdict video. I think I said it in my impressions video when I had about 70 hours in the game. I do feel this is going to be that game that 3-4 years from now, the discourse starts to shift. And I don't know if that'll be because of updates or the general design of the game. That much we'll see. But I do feel like Starfield's a game that'll get its roses much later into its cycle. I think right now, in the heat of an extremely competitive year, I think Starfield, when it's scaled to the likes of Baldur's Gate 3, when it's scaled to the likes of Cyberpunk, I get why, for many, it pales in comparison. I totally get that.
I don't know. I see what he's saying. And I think it reflects an impression that a lot of us have felt, which is that the reception of like Starfield and the reception of it, both within the community and reviewers, has not been what they were expecting it to be or hoping it would be. And so they're like, yeah, it'll get there. It'll be better in the future. Like people will fall in love with it later. And maybe that's true. But I would think that, especially for me, the biggest thing that factors into this is that we are about to see a flood in the next 1.5 to 2 years, some of which have been announced, some which have not. A flood of games that have been built from the ground up for this generation, for modern technology, using the SSDs, seamless data streaming, amazing graphics, crazy expansive utilizations of new AI systems and all sorts of stuff. And as time goes by, I think it's only going to grow more stark just how outdated Starfield feels. So there will be people, I'm sure, that go back and are like, actually, I think Starfield's really good, and I think I was too harsh on it. It's got a real charm to it. Maybe when they add DLC and stuff, that'll happen. But I think as time goes by, especially like the constant load screens, the very small areas to explore, all of that will only grow more obvious and more frustrating as we start to see more and more games that just make this pale in comparison. You know, it just won't even be close. In the same way that, like, if you go back and you try to play Assassin's Creed 3 right now, it's tough. I mean, it is tough. It came right at the precipice of the PS4 generation, of all these big open world games and the shift from linear stuff to open world. And it was kind of trying to do the open world thing, but it didn't do it very well. And it had these small kind of individual forest maps that kind of connect together with load screens. It just didn't feel great. It felt pretty good at the time, but nowadays you go back to it and it feels like that transitionary game. It feels like this is just this ain't it, fam. Like, they were trying to do this thing that all these other games that came after did really, really well, but it just didn't do it very well at all. And I think it's going to be a similar thing with Starfield, where it's just going to feel extremely outdated as time goes by. It already, to me, feels very, very outdated, but I think it's only going to grow more dramatic.
But I think long term, as Starfield fills itself out more, and as people start to see what I think, and this may be sacrilegious, I find it to have very much New Vegas style qualities in the way its quest lines are handled, in its approach to its faction work. It reminds me of New Vegas in that way, but it also reminds me of New Vegas in that I remember when the game first came out, many people don't act like this was the case when it first launched, but when New Vegas first released, that was a game that was getting hammered. Many people were like, ugh, it's more Fallout 3, Obsidian lazy. Now it's the most celebrated Fallout game. And you can kind of thank Fallout 4 for that in a sense. I think 2020 hindsight is the
Yeah, I think Fallout 4 framed it, and it was also just a lot of this stuff is reframed after the fact. And I think Maddie's absolutely right. It's like let's say Fallout 4 really was this intense narrative game, and it was super well constructed narratively. It was fantastically well written, and the gunplay's awesome, and just every part of it surpassed expectations. I think people have been like, oh, this is what New Vegas wanted to be. And the conversation would just shift to Fallout 4 being amazing. But because Fallout 4 disappointed a lot of people based on what they were hoping to get, they looked back and were like, we wanted something like New Vegas. New Vegas is what we wanted. And with Starfield, I mean, the thing is now, like, we can point to a lot of other games that have released in the last handful of years that are big open world adventure games and just be like, you could have done anything like that. That would have been way better. Do something like that. So again, maybe it'll change. Maybe when Elder Scrolls 6 is announced, it's going to be like bafflingly stupid, and we'll be like, oh, Starfield is when BGS was in its golden era, and Elder Scrolls 6 is terrible in comparison. Who knows? Who knows? But right now, as of today, it feels like the perception and the reputation of Starfield is not what we were expecting it to be, even amongst the community. And this is kind of what made me want to do this segment, is because I looked at the comment section in this video and I was genuinely surprised at what a lot of his fans are saying, because a lot of Maddie fans are Bethesda fans, and they tend to be very forgiving with Bethesda. But actually, like, they're pretty like constructive criticism focused comments. They need to put this one from Mark Spencer. They need to put a game within the game. It needs dungeons full of content and made exploration interesting, not empty, copy pasted and repeated areas. Because that's what Starfield has. It's crazy how in the interview he said, quote, players love the open space in our games, end quote. Yeah, we love the open space when it actually leads to interesting things. Walking through Skyrim was cool because while you find these handcrafted things, you would eventually get to Riften or whatever city or place you were going to. If I go and walk around the moon, I'm never going to get anywhere. Therefore, early on, we realized there's no reason to explore planets beyond the quest you're doing. Yeah, it kind of defeats the purpose of exploration. And they tried to like half-ass do it where they're like, yeah, there's points of interest on the map, so go explore the points of interest on those planets when you land there. But they just end up being copy and pasted identically across the board. And so it's like, so there really is no reason to do it. Maybe Starfield would have been better served if like the points of interest that are generated when you land, if they were way, way less common. Maybe that would have been even better, because at least then you wouldn't see them copy and pasted so much. The biggest thing about Fallout 4 that made it so memorable was how every inch of the world felt so intentional and told a story, immersing the player into post-apocalyptic America so much more than 99% of Starfield immerses the player into the universe. I mean, I agree. Every part of Fallout 4 felt hand placed. And I'm sure a lot of it was also kind of built with procedural map systems and stuff, but the game felt like it was crafted by hand in a lot of ways, and no part of Starfield feels that way. This one from Preston Winters. I think Starfield is at the bottom of the list for Bethesda games. It's just missing the soul that made the others great. And for as large as the game is, there isn't enough stuff to fill it. There's 4 factions in the game when there should have been dozens. Honestly, this project was an all hands on deck situation. They should have all of their studios maybe working on different systems to come up with different factions and stories as large as this game is. Yeah, I mean, I think this is an issue of kind of maybe out of proportioned expectations coming from saying there's 1,000 planets in the game. If they had promised 100, I think people would have been just as stoked, if not more so, because like, oh, only 100 for you to have to deal with and worry about populating. That's cool. But, 1,000 is pretty tough to do. My main gripe with Bethesda as a whole is always the writing, both story and characters. In Starfield, however, the lack of actual exploration and handcrafted content hurts a lot because despite gameplay being so much better than Fallout 4, there's nothing to do really. There's no fun in exploration. Even the planets are so obviously copy and pasted, generated near the player, not the same feel. I would agree. I mean, I think the biggest thing is that Bethesda in the past has been amazing at handcrafting like environmental stories where you look at these bodies on the floor and they're holding each other's hands, and then there's like a little novella next to them about a young couple in France, and like you see, okay, this was like a couple that was reading this book when the bombs fell, and it was very sweet. It was a sweet moment. Maybe they're having a picnic or something. Like they tell a story just through some things being found on the ground. That's what Bethesda's always been amazing at. And Starfield almost entirely abandons that. They'll have that within some of these locations that end up being copy and pasted, which loses all sense of magic. It's like I mentioned in my review, where I was like, I found this cool alien dinosaur skull at the bottom of a mine. And I was like, that's awesome. Like they stopped work in the mine because they found this thing and had to call in like an archaeologist or something. Like that's really cool. And then like a few hours later, I find the exact same mine somewhere else. And it has the exact same thing in the same spot. A couple hours later, find the same mine again. And then later, find it again. Copy and paste it exactly. And it just pulls you out of any sense of immersion you had. It makes those encounters much less exciting or interesting because you're like, yep, seen this before. And it just burns you out. Just burns you out. Herobrine, I've seen a couple of videos on how many tiles the planets have. For such a ridiculous amount of playscape that you can have on planets and moons, they should have limited it to one solar system, maybe with the dense content and fully scaled planets to have all that exploration space. It may not be as buzzwordy as 100 systems and 1,000 planets, but it's more fun and interesting than what they have now. I agree. I mean, I think the lesson for all game developers with Starfield is more is not always better. Promising 1,000 planets, who cares? Give me 10. Give me 1. That's awesome. Like most Star Wars stories, for example, take place on a couple of planets, maybe a few. And they're each totally different. But give me like a snow planet, give me a forested planet, give me a desert planet, and I'm good. Just do that. Just do that. Whatever you want to do. Like, just keep it within a scope and scale. But clearly, the Starfield was built around trying to be as huge as they possibly could manage, and it just, in the process, they kind of forgot to see if it was going to be fun. Kind of an important thing. And lastly, let's see. Coffee Fox. I'm sick of games being given the grace to become good years down the line. We should hold companies to account for the product they have released now. Bethesda will keep putting out shit as long as people keep defending them and excusing their actions. And this is I would kiss Coffee Fox on the mouth if I saw them right now. This is my problem. And this is what I totally 1 billion% agree with. The more you make excuses for these developers and companies, the more they will do it because there are no consequences. For Bethesda, if you excuse the lackluster graphics, guess what their next game will have? lackluster graphics. If you excuse the constant load times and fast traveling, and you're like, I just don't think it's that big of a deal, when every other major developer has figured out a way to not have that in their games in 2023, you guess what they're going to have in the next game? They're going to have constant load screens, constant fast traveling. It's going to be there because their players don't care. And it reminds me of that interview Todd did, where Todd was asked, why don't you have the seamless planet to surface transition? Why is there a load screen between them? And he said, well, I just don't think our players care about that. And he's right. Obviously, I mean, their core fans don't care about it and will excuse it. But they use that excuse for many, many problems within Starfield, where it's all framed around, we don't really think it's important to do that because our players don't really care that much. So, yeah, we're not going to mess with it. And I think that is a terrible way of dealing with it. I think that is horrible. Because it's going to mean that the next games that they put out are going to have the same exact problems, but they're going to be worse. It's why if you're a real fan of these developers, if you're a real fan of BGS or whoever, the way you help them is not by like sucking them off and keeping them happy. Like what you do is you be honest with them and you're just, listen guys, I think the writing's great, but like Jesus Christ, the exploration is asinine. Like there's not anything interesting to do while exploring. So your games that are all about exploring now, they're not interesting to explore. That was a huge disappointment. Like you have to be very clear and outline this stuff, and they'll listen to it. I mean, they hear it. These developers, you know, Todd said that he regularly looks on the subreddits for their games, for feedback on things. He's constantly watching it. And I think that that's, you know, great for Todd. I think it's good on him for doing that. But it should also remind you that your voice can be heard. It does matter. And you should, I think they should really focus on trying to listen to that constructive criticism, because I would hate to see Elder Scrolls 6's potential just totally squandered because they thought, players were fine with Starfield, so we'll just kind of do the same thing over again, you know. Don't forget, Todd is usually watching you, Luke. You just hit him in the closet. Yeah. No, he's always with me. He's always here. He's always here in my heart. Jesus Christ. Anyway, end of segment. There you go, Jacob. He's always here in my heart with me. In my heart. BlizzCon is starting. Ooh, baby. How bad is this going to be? Okay, BlizzCon. BlizzCon. Oh, yeah. That's a great question. Does everyone have their phones? All the eyes. The eyes have it.
This is BlizzCon 2023.
I want to
Please
go to more of
welcome
these conferences,
the
dude.
president of Blizzard Entertainment, Mike Ibarra.
Mike Ibarra. Real quick in chat, do any of you guys go to these conferences and stuff? Because it would be so fun to go. We could do like fan meetups. We could all go grab a drink at a bar or something. It would be so cool.
How's everybody doing? Oh, man. You know, this is the best gaming community in the world. Hands down. Hands down. Thank you. Wow. Hello, BlizzCon. You know, it is so good to be back in person finally. All of us. I love you too. All of us at Blizzard have missed this so much. It's 4 years. It's been 4 years. You know what I say to that? That's too damn long. Where's our heroes of Overwatch at? Adventurers of Sanctuary?
What does that mean?
Defenders of Azeroth. And gamers everywhere, welcome. We love sharing what we're working on all the time. But to share it in person with all of you and to hear your stories, it cannot be matched.
Can't be
Meeting
matched.
you all face to face inspires us, and we put this energy and enthusiasm back into everything we do.
Did you guys see that they also took away the live Q&A? Did you see that they did that? Maybe they added it back in, but I saw an article saying they removed the live Q&A so that they can't have one of those red shirt events where somebody's like, please tell me this is an out of season April Fool's joke. Which I think that might have been maybe a red flag if they anticipated that there might be some negative reactions to something they're going to reveal. So I don't know. I'm here though. I'm ready.
From around the world.
Oh, don't clap. Don't clap, dude. Doesn't work with your mic.
Whether you're a hardcore or a casual gamer, or if it's been a while since you picked up one of our games, we're here to show you the Blizzard we are today and the Blizzard we are becoming. But BlizzCon isn't just about the latest updates from Blizzard. It's all about you. Players are at the forefront of everything we do, and we're devoted to supporting these incredible communities you can be proud of to be part of. All of us, gamers, developers, and fans, we all are united in our shared love for gaming. The person sitting next to you or watching online and chat with you could be your next guildmate, teammate, or lifelong friend. We all have this in common. I've always felt Blizzard brings players together a little differently. Our players have made connections that span continents, languages, and generations. We all have that one story, that incredible play of the game, that clutch card draw, or that raid encounter that your guild barely survived. I know. I've been there too. I know many of us have friends we've met in one of our games. A friend who began just as someone
Do I have any friends I've met in a Blizzard
but who
game?
was there for us to celebrate our real life wins or to support us during a difficult time. That's certainly been true for me. Thanks to my experience playing Blizzard games over the last 25 years, I've met most of my best friends from all over. And I'm so grateful that some of them are here today. Gus,
I'll be your friend. Thank you.
Mika, Nick, Scoodles, and of course Billy and Kaylee, who put up with my raid wipes all too often. I always know that no matter what is going on in real life, they will be there. No matter
The
what
Blizzard
game we're
AI
playing.
friend, yeah.
These friends are a constant I can always rely on. And I know many of you share that feeling. BlizzCon truly is about all of us, as players, as equals, as friends.
As friends and as
we bring
pay
these
pigs.
amazing experiences to more places, build technology that allows more gamers to experience our worlds and create characters and stories more players can relate to, the Blizzard community grows. And more importantly, our friendships grow. All of us are so grateful to be part of this community. And in everything we do, we are in service to you. We know we don't do everything perfectly, but thanks to your feedback, we never stop striving to do it right. We are here to foster joy and belonging for everyone. We're proud of the worlds we build, but your experiences within those worlds bring them to life and your connections with each other are what inspires us the most. Now, many of you may have heard the recent news about Blizzard joining the Xbox gaming family.
Well, we don't want to
Both
be.
Blizzard and Xbox
We're
believe
quitting.
that gaming is a unifier, that we should all be able to play anywhere and any way we want to play. That when the creativity of some of the best developers, artists, and storytellers in the world is fearlessly unleashed, everyone wins. With that in mind, someone is here backstage who'd like to say hello.
Phil Spencer?
Over the years, he and I played a bunch of games together. Please join me in welcoming my friend, our friend, the CEO of Microsoft Gaming, Phil Spencer.
Phil Spencer's so hot right now. So hot. Him and Hansel.
Thank you, Mike. And
So
hello,
in right
everybody,
now.
BlizzCon. This is my first BlizzCon ever. And it's great to feel the energy in the room. You are the reason we make games. Your love for these games truly is inspiring. I recently have spent so much time playing Diablo 4 with my friends. Season 2 is awesome. And I can tell you that I can't wait for you to see what the team has planned for that game. It's going to be awesome. Blizzard occupies a special place in the gaming industry, for me as well. Throughout
This
Blizzard's
is legitness.
history, they've
Yeah, thank you.
pioneered and
Shout out to the
refined
hidden
so
one. You
much
remember.
across the gaming industry, and many of you here today have been a part of that journey. Think of Diablo. It propelled the action RPG genre forward. StarCraft spawned the foundation of what esports would eventually become. And with StarCraft 2, it was a major catalyst for the evolution of games as live entertainment. World of Warcraft changed not only how people developed and supported games, but really it introduced a much wider audience to the concept of online communities. And Overwatch not only reimagined gameplay, but also the representation possible in class-based shooters. Blizzard's influence is everywhere, and because of its enduring legacy and phenomenal revolutionary development, with a care and a craft that is incredibly rare in this industry. Our commitment at Xbox is to bring more great games to more players in more places. And now that Blizzard is part of Xbox, we will nurture the essence of what has made Blizzard unique.
Jim
We're
Ryan's
going to
just
empower our new
in his hotel
colleagues
room.
in a culture of trust, inclusion, and collaboration to continue what they do best, redefining existing genres, creating new, never-before-seen experiences, and uniting players globally in new ways, in Azeroth, in Sanctuary, in near-future Earth, and beyond.
Oh, Herobrine wants to know where's the
It has been
meat.
a privilege to welcome the teams at Blizzard to Xbox.
Where's the meat?
And I'm honored to be able to be here to help welcome all of you to BlizzCon 2023. Having seen what's in store for players, I can say the future of Blizzard is
creamy.
brighter than ever.
Oh, brighter.
And you
Yeah.
all have so much to look forward to in this show.
Yeah, we still got Bungie.
So I'll get out of here, let you see the show. Thanks everyone for the warm reception, and have a great time at BlizzCon. Thank you.
Yeah, notice how they don't have
about
Bobby
that?
Kotick on stage. They put everybody else on stage other than him because they know he'd get booed.
Part of what makes this such an exciting time for Blizzard is that we've never been more empowered, free, and dedicated to holding true to what makes Blizzard unique than we are today. We are accountable for creating this next chapter of Blizzard with all of you. We take this responsibility very seriously as we learn, grow, and get better every day. This is the start of a new era. So much more is possible, and you'll see some of that over the next couple days. Coming up, you'll hear from some new friends
Jack, Jesus
and
Christ.
some old friends who are returning to the BlizzCon stage to show more about the games and the worlds we all love. Before I go, I want to take a moment to thank our Blizzard team.
It's like I thought they would applaud for that. That was awkward. Just pause for applause. He's like, they're not applauding. Oh my God. You better believe that felt like half an hour for
You are
him.
some of the most talented individuals on the planet. And collectively, we are capable of building the most legendary universes in gaming. Our future, our creative freedom, our path forward is truly our own. And I know we all stand together with a singular goal: to exceed player expectations and foster and support each other. Thank you for everything you do. BlizzCon, many of the Blizzard team are here today in Anaheim, working hard to ensure you enjoy your time here. We all love talking to players, so please don't be shy. Come up and chat with us. Finally, on behalf of everyone at Blizzard, we want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, from the bottom of my heart to our players, past, present, and future. Thank you for your passion and your honesty. And most importantly, thank you for being part of our communities. This is what BlizzCon is all about.
And I know everybody's giving him crap for like...
Everything we do is for all of you.
I know everybody's giving him crap for like talking for a while and all this, but it is like first big return of the in-person thing, and
Welcome to BlizzCon.
yay. And like I don't blame them. Like they were just acquired by Xbox. It makes sense that they would take some time to like kind of sit on it, dwell on it, enjoy it, you know.
You wanted to see if there was more out there. Well, see for yourself.
I'm gonna kick every one of you in the face. Mom, do something!
I'll see you at the finish line.
Did you really think this would be a fair fight?
Oh my God. That was disgusting.
Yo, nerf this! Mama's got you!
I am him.
I'm in my widow era now. Wow. And you out there, the fans, it's been a joy to share this experience with all of you. Thank you so much.
Come on. It's time I showed you something.
Overwatch 2. We're announcing Overwatch 3.
Please welcome Overwatch Game Director, Aaron Keller.
Hello, BlizzCon! Ever since we first revealed Overwatch in 2014, you have grown this universe into something truly unique and beautiful. Every single day, we see millions of players jumping into matches, forging new friendships, and showing off their skills.
I do unironically
We launched
like Overwatch
2
too.
last
I have
October,
fun.
and it has been such an incredible year. Since then, you've been crushed by Diva's mech over 26 million times, had more than 79 million lives saved by Baptiste, and played 65 years worth of prop hunt. I love prop hunt. The development of Overwatch is first and foremost focused on you, our players. We want our game to represent this global community, from the release of our Samoa map, to our celebration of Pride, to
Calm
our
down,
first
Proto.
tie-in Peruvian heroes, Lifeweaver and Alari. We also want Overwatch to recognize those focused on achievement and prowess, and released our new progression system and the first set of hero mastery courses this year. And for those that just want something a little different, we've run April Fools and released a dating sim, an actual dating sim, Loverwatch. Listening to your feedback is important to us, and it's driven the team to look at changes to some of the core systems of the game. We've been hard at work on an overhaul of our competitive system, and we'll get into that a bit today and a bunch more over the course of BlizzCon. And there is so much more to come. We'd like to give you all a glimpse at as much as we're able to show you coming next year. And boy, do we have some fun things to talk about. So let's get into it. To share our first big announcement, I am honored to introduce the art director of Overwatch, Dion Rogers.
Just gonna be like a new character or a couple. Oh, an audio dropout.
Sorry, I'm a bit excited. The energy is awesome in here. You know, Aaron and I have been working on this universe since before Overwatch had a name. Working together with an incredible team back at Blizzard. Many are with us today at BlizzCon. Creating such an incredible game with so many amazing people and seeing what it means to you all, it's meant everything to us. And out of all the things we work on, one of our favorites is to create new heroes. You know, Overwatch is full of big personalities, and it takes a special individual to really stand out. And the team has been working hard to make sure no one could predict who this next hero is. We haven't leaked any articles. We haven't leaked a spray or two. And we've left 0 hints, especially not in our recent Samoa map. Now, who's ready to meet the newest hero?
Sorry to keep you all waiting, but now that I'm here, let's have some fun.
It's Maui time!
Yep, that's my name.
Maui.
All right.
I was close.
This right here is Gunny, and she can light up the whole dance floor. And this one's Cha-Cha. He's a sensitive little fella, a real hothead. And when I fire them both, it's double trouble. Actual gameplay footage.
Unstoppable charge.
So soon, I'm gonna miss ya. Don't tell me that's it. Both hearts.
Oh, I like that.
I got your back. For now. come. Sensei quick kiki.
Oh.
Got him where we want him.
Unbelievable.
That's gonna be very powerful.
So was I worth
Yeah, how is this not OP? That's kind of where I'm at. I'm like, maybe it only holds him for like 5 seconds, 4 or 5 seconds or something.
That's awesome. I love that trailer. We had a lot of fun working on it. It's amazing to finally announce Malga. He was first introduced, you guys know, 4 years ago in a short story, and he's been the subject of a lot of fun theories. Ever since that first introduction, fans have been asking when he may become a playable hero. We're excited. We finally have our first Samoan hero. Malga, his name, it means mountain in Samoan. He portrays himself as this big, loud brute. However, this is just a facade. He's a cunning tactician, always one step ahead of his enemies. One of the core goals whenever we make an Overwatch character is that people see themselves in our heroes. We're always striving for greater authenticity and representation with each hero. And with Malga, we got a lot of help, actually. Even his tattoo was created by an amazing Samoan tattoo artist named C.E. Lufau. Malga's super fun.
That's cool.
It was awesome.
Oh, Yokes,
Malga's
thanks
super
for
fun to
gifting the
play.
sub, by the
He's
way.
easy to learn,
Appreciate
hard to
you.
master, with what I like to call a brutal but cunning playstyle. We hope you love him as much as we do. Okay.
Oh, I love him.
Thank you. Okay, join us later today for a Malga Deep Dive panel taking place here at the BlizzCon Arena and online for people at home. We'll talk with the team that helped create Malga and also how to best utilize his amazing abilities when he joins Overwatch in Season 8. Finally, we know Malga's gonna be pretty awesome when he joins competitive play. But before then, some of the best players in the world are competing in this weekend's Overwatch World Cup. Let's check it out.
Legacy. A legacy is forever. All year long, teams around the world have battled, chasing glory, hoping to etch their homeland in the history books.
That is insane! He's still fragging like a madman!
And it's a 5-man rampage!
Oh, what? What? Oh,
They've tasted victory, they've overcome defeat, and all along, the hopes of their fans have lifted them up.
Absolutely beautiful.
And now, at long last, the Overwatch World Cup Finals are here. And for the first time in 4 years, we're all together once more, back to where it all began. Each team can see their name on the championship trophy. The community has rallied behind them, and the wait is finally over.
I've missed you dearly.
The Overwatch World Cup Finals start now.
Voila.
Please welcome Overwatch Esports host, Zoe Gschwind.
Wow. Fantastic to see all those memories on the big screen. And we're here to make some more. What's up, BlizzCon?
Oh my god, there were so many consonants in her name.
It's so great to be back here after
Hold on.
memories on the big screen.
So Geschwind. I don't think I've ever seen that many consonants in a name. That's awesome.
And we're here Cup because it truly serves as a worldwide tribute to the beautiful and diverse Overwatch community. This weekend, we get to celebrate teams and players from around the world, each with their unique takes on the playstyles, their different personalities. We're going to see different metas emerge even. It's just very exciting to see familiar faces, big household names in the competitive Overwatch scene take the stage, form those star-studded lineups.
What's a household name in the competitive Overwatch scene?
But each year,
What?
we also get to witness new players emerging onto the scene, taking the spotlight. It truly is a special event for a special community, and I'm very honored and truly happy to be part of it all. Now, I know that all of you here in Anaheim and everyone watching at home is joining us from all over the world. As you can see, so are our players. Among them, a former 3-time World Cup champions, Team South Korea, and the only team that managed thus far to stop their reign, and that is the United States of America.
Yeah, boo South Korea.
That's right.
USA.
I tell you, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. If you watch the group stages and if you watch the first game today, tough competition ahead for Team
Oh yeah, I guess
USA.
XQC is a household
If you wanna
name
find out
attached
if
to
one of our
Overwatch.
former
Yeah.
champions will
a good
remain
point.
victorious, or if one of the other 6 teams will seize their inaugural season title, make sure to join us. Not only will you be treated to fantastic gameplay, of course, no, you will also earn special drops all weekend long on the Play Overwatch Twitch channel. Now, we have a lot of amazing Overwatch 2 action on the horizon and so much to play for our teams. We got over $500,000 on the line and counting, raised directly by all of you, our passionate and amazing fans. Yeah, give it up for yourself. Now, of course, the winning team will walk away with a big bag, but this year, each and every single player out of the 43 teams participating will be earning a share. And this is unprecedented in Overwatch Esports history, and it would not be possible without all of you. So once again, thank you so much. So, tomorrow night, we will be crowning the 2023 Overwatch World Cup champions, and you can catch all the matches and all the action live in Hall B, as well as, of course, on stream. I'm gonna be there.
Did I
Looking forward to seeing
misunderstand
some
that?
of you
I think
as
you're right,
well.
Henry.
And now,
It
please
sounded like
welcome
she
back
said that-
Aaron with a few more things to share on the game side.
It sounded like she said that the players raised $500,000, which is the prize pool.
Malga.
How does that make any sense?
And the World Cup matches all weekend will be so much fun. But
Shouldn't
Overwatch
it come
has
from, like,
another thing
advertising
happening
and
here
stuff?
at BlizzCon. Earlier this week, we launched a new limited time game mode and special skins as part of an exciting collaboration with LE SSERAFIM, one of the biggest K-pop groups in the world.
Oh my God.
Everyone can jump in game right now to take part, as well as check out their brand new music video for Perfect Night. And in honor of this collaboration, LE SSERAFIM will take the stage and perform in the arena tomorrow.
You want to know just how much of a boomer I am? Until embarrassingly recently, I thought K-pop was like a single band. I didn't realize that like there's many bands and groups that fit under the K-pop name. I thought it was just one group that was called K-pop, and like people are just obsessed with them. So that's how big of a boomer I am.
And next year, we have even more of these for you all to geek out about. Sadly, we can't reveal what those are all just yet, but maybe there are some other things coming in 2024 that we could give you a hint about. The Overwatch team has never had such clarity of vision when it comes to the future. From direct feedback, we hear what you love and want us to focus on. So, who wants to see a few of the things we're working on for next year?
And then it's silent.
We are creating a brand new core PvP game mode, Clash. In this new competitive mode, there are 5 points positioned in a row. The center point starts as the first objective, and the teams battle back and forth over the map, pushing into enemy territory or defending their own. Once a team captures all 5 points or reaches the maximum score, they win. Our initial Clash map is a tribute to a location we showed at Overwatch's first BlizzCon. And it's one of my personal favorites. They say cherry blossoms are a sign of rebirth and rejuvenation. And in 2024, a rebirth of one of the original Overwatch maps is in order. Within the Clash mode, we are returning to the home of the Shimada clan with the new Hanamura map, Hanaoka.
Ooh.
Additionally,
I have no
we are
idea what
working
this
on
means.
overhauls to some of our most important in-game systems. Overwatch is a highly competitive game, and in early 2024, we'll release a reworked version of our competitive system with all new competitive rewards. And with Seasons, one of the team's goals has been to create themes that speak to so many of the cool and awesome things that we all love. Next year, you'll experience Eldritch Horror, Egyptian mythology, witches, and even a mirror universe where heroes become villains and villains become heroes. And of course, Overwatch is nothing without its heroes. Mauga is the 39th hero in Overwatch, and in 2024, we'll be releasing 3 more, and we want to give you a glimpse of 2 of them. A new damage hero, Venture, is coming in Season 10, and a support, currently codenamed Space Ranger, in Season 12. And this is just scratching the surface of everything we have in the works. Join us tomorrow here and online, where we go in depth on all of this in our What's Next panel. It will have more information on Clash, the reworked competitive system, a closer look at Space Ranger, even early gameplay footage of Venture, and so much more. And lastly, for the first time ever during a BlizzCon, not only is our next hero playable in the Overwatch Hall here in Anaheim, but all of you at home can play Mauga all weekend in-game, including Quick Play, going live right after the BlizzCon opening ceremony concludes.
That's cool.
Yeah. We know you'll love him just as much as we do. Thank you all. We'll see you in-game.
By the blood of the willing.
Okay, now can they get into like Diablo and stuff?
We call thee home.
Go! We took down a 100. Let's go, baby.
High Priest! Steal the High Priest! Yes! Yes!
Dude, I am shaking so hard.
Congratulations! The game is out!
Oh, I'm pumped for Diablo 4. I think it's gonna be the best.
What if you guys play it right now?
Hell yeah, really?
Yeah.
I will cry. That would be amazing.
This is awesome.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, that's so pretty.
I have ascent.
Go!
Run!
We really are doubling down on this idea that you can look the way you want, you can play the way you want, you can really make your own fantasy in this game.
Until we break
She
it.
looks like me.
The way he comes in is crazy. Oh my god, the butcher.
Boy.
Instantly died.
They revived me!
I'm gonna find some demons and I'm gonna shove my green foot right up there.
Yeah, let's go!
Level 100!
There are literally like goosebumps.
Go down a bit more, go down a bit more, go down a bit more. You got her!
Yes! Let's go!
Will you fight the darkness?
Break the chains and be beautiful in sin.
Hail Lilith, Blessed Mother. You can pet the dogs, by the way.
Okay.
Please welcome the General Manager of Diablo, Rod Ferguson.
Everybody get your phones ready. Get your phones ready.
How's everybody doing? Having fun? This feels amazing. So glad you're here. And I'm so happy the people at home are here as well.
You know, watching that was such a great reminder of what a fantastic community we have.
I love
and
the
what an
hams.
exciting year it's been. Now, you might have missed it, but in there was a clip of a blind gamer, Tylenif, defeating our hardest boss, Uber Lilith. Now,
Uber
we strive
Lilith.
to make Diablo as approachable and as accessible as possible, and watching clips like that make me and the team extremely proud. And of course, I love the tattoos. You know, I still can't believe over 1,000 people got permanent Diablo tattoos at our Hell's Inc. events, including me. And so, you know, Necromain for life. So, you know, we talk a lot about the last BlizzCon 4 years ago, and back then, you know, the Diablo community was hungry for even more experiences in that dark, gothic place caught between the high heavens and the burning hells, a little place we call Sanctuary.
A little place we
and
call
in that time, I've been very fortunate to work with some of
Orlando.
the best developers in the industry, people who love Diablo as much as the rest of us. And it was their passion and dedication to this universe that released a great new Diablo game every year for the last 3 years. Diablo 2 Resurrected brought the return of the classic that helped define the genre. Remastered. I love Diablo 2. So it was remastered for a new generation now for PC and console. And Diablo Immortal brought Sanctuary to mobile for the first time, bringing millions of new players into our universe. In fact, you might not know this, but 60% of Diablo Immortal players have never played a Diablo game before. So we really welcome them to our universe. And then, of course, there's Diablo 4. Now, it was that kind of excitement that made it the biggest launch in Blizzard's history. And it means so much to the team to see how you've embraced it. You know, we've played over 1.5 billion hours together so far. And it's your love for the game that drives us. Thanks to you, we've made a lot of changes over the last 5 months. In fact, our patch notes for Season of Blood, our second season, were over 14,000 words long, because that is how much our community has influenced and will continue to influence the evolution of Sanctuary. And if you haven't yet made that leap into the darkest Diablo story ever told, now is the perfect time to pick your class, build your character, join Phil Spencer, and see what the hell it's all about. And with that, I'd like to introduce Diablo 4's 2 production directors. They help lead the teams who are building everything we do today and everything moving forward. Please welcome Tiffany Watt and Chris Wilson.
It is funny that one of the flexes was our patch notes are like novels. It's like, isn't that bad? Shouldn't there not be any in theory? Like,
Hey, BlizzCon. The last time I was on stage, I was helping to announce Diablo 4. To be here today with all of you is so awesome.
The launch was incredible. We're really excited to be here today to share what's coming next. But first, let's highlight some of the player feedback that's in Season of Blood today. So many of you have told us that you wanted more in-game activities. So we've given you a couple this season. One now, and another coming early next month.
demon fishing?
So live now is our new boss ladder. This is a series of additional boss fights from level 55 to 100 that will also see the return of our kind of gross but farmable and rewarding friend Duriel, who you can go after for Uber Uniques that everybody's been sieging for. And with those new bosses dropping both Uniques and Uber Uniques at a much higher rate, and even dropping some special cosmetics, you're going to want to make your way to level 100 so you can fight them all. So in the Season of Blood, we've rebalanced the endgame, letting you get to level 100 about 40% faster than in Season 1.
Less
I
grinding.
know I've been taking advantage of that experience boost, and I have 2 characters in Season 2 already. Of course, all that leveling is about getting that amazing loot. So we've also changed how item power works. We've raised the power cap, and it's now more closely tied to the level of monster you defeat to get it. The more challenging the fight, the better the loot. There's still lots of work to be done with reworking itemization. In fact, it's one of our highest priorities. But this, along with upgrades to some of our unique items, is a
They're
great
all
first
wearing
step.
these
So
bracelets.
please keep that feedback coming. Now let's talk about quality of life. Here's a
Wonder
few
what those are
improvements that
for.
came directly from you.
All
'Cause
of your
they've all
renown
been wearing
rewards
them.
now carry over season to season and from the Eternal Realm. Additional character slots. We added 2 this season, so you can create even more characters and try different builds.
Shock collars.
Targeting dummy has been added to Kiovashad as you can test, so you can test those builds before you run into the butcher.
Oh, that's funny.
Searching and
That was
filtering
good.
your stash
That
is
was
now
good.
possible, and your stash is now available in every town in Sanctuary. World bosses appear almost twice as often, so you can die almost twice as often. And we've also freed up some inventory space by making gems a crafting material to make even more room for those uber uniques.
That's a big change. That's
Those
great.
are just a few of the new additions already in the game, but we're not done with Season of Blood yet.
In fact, starting next week, we'll introduce 5 unique class-specific rings that will let you relive some of the fun from Season of the Malignant. That's right, Necromancers. Once again, corpses will automatically do your bidding just by being in your presence. Then on December 5th, we'll also be adding an enchanting preview to the Occultist. So this will allow you to see which affixes are possible before you spend your hard-earned gold. It's just another way to give you even more control over making just the right build for the challenge at hand. Also on December 5th, as promised, we'll have another exciting new in-game activity, a 6-week event called Abattoir of Zir. It's a highly replayable pinnacle experience designed for players who have reached level 100, slain Uber Duriel, and mastered all of the other challenges that Season of Blood has to offer. Those who survive will attain a paragon glyph constructed of the Vampire Lord's very own blood. But beware, Abattoir of Zir starts difficult and only gets harder. And of course, as we near the end of Season of Blood, it'll be holiday time, not only here, but in Sanctuary as well. Our first ever holiday event, Midwinter Blight, starts on December 12th.
I'm so ready for winter, dude. I want it to be
We're
snowy.
gonna transform the Fractured Peaks into a winter terrorland, and it'll bring a whole new meaning to the word sleigh ride. Yeah. And be sure to keep your eyes peeled for a mysterious red-cloaked terror.
Nothing is as terrifying as
They're
Chris's
bringing
puns,
Santa.
but I will be sure to check out
Santa's in the
Midwinter Blight.
game.
From there, we are
I'm in.
on to Season 3. We can't go into too much detail now, but with the endgame being so important, let's talk about leaderboards. We're creating a whole new type of weekly challenge dungeon called the Gauntlet, where the heroes of Sanctuary can compete for their class ranking against their friends, their clan, or anyone in the world. Watch out, Mike Ibarra. I am coming for you. At the end of each week, the heroes with the highest rank will be added to the Seasonal Hall of Ancients, where
They
their
meant
name
Satan?
and
Yeah,
build
Santa.
will live on. So, that's a quick look
He
at
listens
where
to
we
children
are
when they
today.
sleep. Like, he's
And while
not
the
a
live
good
game is our
guy.
number one priority right now, we have a separate Diablo 4 team that's been working hard on our next chapter. So how about a little teaser?
Or sees them, not listens.
It's super early, but as we look to expand on the story we started in Diablo 4, we're going
Does
to
leave
take you
gifts go?
somewhere even
And
darker,
Cole,
where
if he
Hatred's
doesn't like a
influence
kid,
continues to consume Sanctuary.
Do you have any idea how irresponsible that is? That's a fire hazard. You're putting it underneath the tree with big lights. He's basically an arsonist.
We have each played a part in what has happened here. You abdicated your choice to this child. And with every step she takes, I grow stronger. There will be no salvation in the light.
Forested areas.
Vessel of Hatred is Diablo 4's first expansion. Its campaign will continue the dark tale that began in Diablo 4 as we learn the fate of the prime evil Mephisto
and his demonic plans for Sanctuary. To do that, we'll be visiting a region new to Diablo 4 and a fan favorite from Diablo 2. The lush jungles known to outsiders as Torajan, but known by the locals as Nahantu. With this new story set in a mysterious new region comes new ways to play, new evils to vanquish, and, of course, a completely new class never seen before in the Diablo universe. Vessel of Hatred releases late next year, and we cannot wait to share more about it this summer.
Now, before we leave, we want you to know that it's your passion that drives us. Your feedback will continue to help us evolve and improve the Diablo 4 experience for years to come. We couldn't be more excited about our future, and we hope that you are too. Our team has put in a lot of hard work, and we love seeing your love for this game. So please join us tomorrow. We have a special Diablo 4 campfire panel where we'll be sharing more details about the expansion, deeper dive on some of the upcoming game changes, and we'll also have a special Q&A session to close it out. So enjoy the rest of the show. Thank you, and we'll see you in Sanctuary.
Buy World of Warcraft, install it on your computer, and join the online sensation before we all murder you. All right then.
Welcome to the world of Warcraft.
I'm William Shatner, and I'm a shaman.
I'm Mr. T, and this is my Night Elf Mohawk.
T, there's no such thing as a Night Elf Mohawk.
Shut up, fool!
This role-playing game where heroes like Leroy Jenkins do battle.
Oh, dude, that guy though, real quick, the Leroy Jenkins guy, apparently he's a plumber here in Colorado, and the whole thing is just like the most sad story ever. He's just like, he's never stopped doing the Leroy Jenkins thing. Like, he asked for people to pay him to go to conferences and stuff to do Leroy Jenkins. Like, it honestly got kind of sad after a while. It's like, that's your whole thing. It's like a little tragic. It's like the whole thing. It's the whole thing.
For Azeroth! Ready to work.
Please welcome the General Manager of Warcraft, John Haidt.
And thank you. And we are ready to work. Anybody here for Warcraft today? Yeah! Big shout out to the Warcraft teams. They are so happy to be here today. We have so much cool stuff to show you. So give it up for my Warcraft teams.
Warcraft 4? No way. It's just gonna be little stuff, I think.
Can you believe that
I'm gonna grab
almost
chips.
30 years ago, a dispute between orcs and humans led to one of the longest running fantasy adventures in video game history? Right? Generations of players have called Azeroth home. Teenagers that first played Warcraft when it was released, I know you're out there, are now parents, right? Raising new heroes to take on the raids and battlegrounds of this timeless adventure. It's those shared stories of Azeroth, both in-game and out, that make up this universe. Today is a great day for Warcraft.
I hope so.
This is the beginning of a bold new chapter that will take us through the next 3 decades and beyond.
A mobile game?
With a variety of games to entertain you, we welcome everyone to find your community. Okay, Alliance. Just practice. We're going to give you a chance to do it a little louder later. Throughout the taverns of Azeroth, tall tales of adventure are retold through the whimsical and clever card play of Hearthstone. Yeah.
I miss Hearthstone, dude.
I like to imagine humans and orcs getting together, showing off their
It's
collections,
got so bloated and
boasting
broken.
of their deeds. But in the basements of those same taverns, they're playing a new game, Warcraft Rumble. Yeah.
I was joking.
Me too. Which puts the battlefields and dungeons of Azeroth in the palm of your hand. And finally, World of Warcraft. WoW immerses us into Azeroth, where we are the champions, fighting alongside each other in shared adventure. Almost 20 years ago, WoW revolutionized online communities and reimagined the enduring entertainment of massively multiplayer gaming. The very first BlizzCon was introduced our first expansion, so it's only fitting that we're here today to lay the foundation for WoW's future. Yeah.
WoW 2? Universe of Warcraft?
Azeroth is a home we can always escape to. A home that is always waiting for us.
Dude, if Microsoft just bought it before they do Warcraft 2.
Our teams craft
WoW
the
2.
worlds and the adventures, but it is all of you who bring it to life. You are the heartbeat of the brand new adventures that are about to unfold. From all of us on the Warcraft
If this isn't
team,
an amazing announcement,
Blizzard
he is setting this up to be such a disappointment. Let's see the trailer.
Please welcome, from Hearthstone, lead designer Cora Georgiou.
Yeah, they're gonna do Hearthstone first? Okay. I mean, he's framing this as like a big deal, like a lot's gonna happen.
Hello, BlizzCon. Well, I have a pretty good view from up here. It's really nice to see you all. We are thrilled to soon be celebrating Hearthstone's 10th anniversary.
I feel so old.
I know. I'm getting old. It's a decade of telling tales around Azeroth with all of you. Whether you aspire to climb the ladder to legend, enjoy brawling with friends in the battlegrounds, or maybe you've just listened to the 10-hour version of the Saviors of Uldum theme song. Thank you all for being a part of our bustling tavern. We invite players both old and new to join us for our 10th anniversary next March. But we have so much to enjoy before then, so let's talk about what's happening right now in Hearthstone and in Battlegrounds. We're setting the stage for a standoff in Hearthstone's upcoming expansion, Showdown in the Badlands, which takes place in Azeroth's Wild West. Two strangers will cross paths, an outlaw and a lone ranger. Though they may not know it now, together they are destined for a grand adventure.
In the beginning, I was all alone, trying my best to do some good out there. But it didn't take long to realize that, with the right friends, everything would change.
Step aside.
Come on!
Ha! You don't know who you're messing with.
Love it.
They knew the townsfolk were up to something sinister.
Let's move!
Right behind you!
And it was like a powder keg, waiting to explode.
We did it! No.
Oh, nuts. As it turned out, I had the right backup waiting for me, just when I needed it.
Let's do this.
You got it, partner.
I didn't intentionally pursue leadership.
I'm gonna punch ya!
Candle mudslider.
Sleeping like a rock! Let's show these fine folks some Badlands hospitality!
Well, looking for a standoff? Careful, it's against me.
That's right. Our beloved Reno Jackson and Elise Starseeker are getting an origin tale. They'll work together to save the Badlands from the Bloodrock Town's nefarious mining operation. Singleton decks are returning with cards like Reno.
I think there's like
Lone
15
Ranger,
people in the audience that play
Hearthstone's
Hearthstone.
first
Everybody
ever
else is like,
neutral
whatever.
hero card. We'll talk more about him at the What's Next panel later today, where we'll also be revealing a motherlode of exciting new cards. You can get your hands on them and more when Showdown in the Badlands releases on November 14th.
Why don't they just release it today? Like, you have all the interest now, people watching now.
I know you may be thinking, a new expansion. That's a lot of new cards, on top of 5 sets that are already in the standard rotation. And if you're a new player or you're coming back after a break, that can be a little overwhelming. So we have been hard at work to make it easier than ever to join us. We're excited to announce catch-up packs. These are game-changing for getting your collection caught up. You see what we did there? Instead of the typical 5 cards you'd find in a regular Hearthstone card pack, you can get up to 50 cards from a single catch-up pack. The cards you receive will all be from within the last 2 years, ready to play and constructed. All of our players are going to get catch-up packs to open once you log in, and for all of you here at BlizzCon in person, or those of you at home who purchased either BlizzCon collection, we're also gifting you a few more packs. For anyone who's been away for a while, all of these packs can add up to hundreds of cards. We'll also be adding quite a few of them into pre-purchase bundles for Showdown in the Badlands. We hope to see all of you getting some amazing cards and filling in or beginning your Hearthstone collection on November 14th.
This one's tough to watch. Like, nobody in the audience is interested.
I feel like we might have some Battlegrounds fans out here. Yeah. So you might remember then that the last time we were all together at BlizzCon, we unveiled Battlegrounds. What started as an experiment became a huge part of the game and a fun way to play in the tavern. But playing together is what inspired the new mode we're debuting here today. Queuing up as a party for a lobby is great, but ultimately, you play against each other. What if you could actually play teamed up alongside each other? Sounds fun, doesn't it? We're pleased to announce a truly cooperative way to play. Battlegrounds Duos. With a shared health pool, team combat, and sending cards back and forth between teammates, now you can fight with your friends instead of against them. We were inspired by the Battleground community's creativity, finding ways to team up and help each other achieve top 4. So now we're setting an official table for you and your partner to take the crown together. For those of you here in person, grab a friend or make a new one, because you can try Battlegrounds Duos here at BlizzCon right now at the Hearthstone demo area. We're planning to launch this new way to play for everyone early next year, and you can learn more later today and see the new heroes and minions that make teamwork so fun in Battlegrounds. It makes the dream work. We love teamwork. If you're tuning in at home, please make sure to join us at the What's Next panel. And if you're here with us at BlizzCon, you can also join me and other members of the Hearthstone team in the tavern. For you worthy opponents out there, come duel a dev and challenge the Hearthstone team. Or, if you want to catch up after 4 years away, pull up a chair by the hearth. We'll see you in the tavern.
I feel bad for her because, again, no one was interested, so like that was just really awkward. It's tough to work an audience that just doesn't give a crap, you know. Any predictions on big announcements? I mean, they just hinted, the general manager heavily hinted that they were about to expose the next 30 years of Warcraft, which to me, I don't know why you'd say that if you're not announcing the sequel or like a full new version of Warcraft, of WoW. So I'm like, surely they're gonna announce that. If they're not, I don't know why he would phrase it like that. I mean, he's just setting it up to be super disappointing, but it sounds like they're gonna announce a whole new, like, I don't know if it's a spin-off, if it'll be a sequel, or if it's like Overwatch 2 or what they'll do, but they kind of set it up for that, so we'll see. Okay, that was funny. That was funny.
Please welcome, from Warcraft Rumble, executive producer Vic Sarath.
Oh boy.
You gotta love Anixia. She didn't even use a deep breath there. Hello, BlizzCon. Last year, the team and I announced we were working on a brand new Warcraft game. A way to bring Warcraft with you wherever you are and wherever you go. And as you just saw, we've had a ton of fun and poured a lot of love into making this game. Warcraft Rumble is an action strategy game with a deep PvE campaign, a dynamic PvP mode, and so much more. It's a game filled with familiar faces. You'll mix and match miniature versions of characters from the Warcraft universe to make your very own army as you take on opponents all over Azeroth. So, if you've ever wanted to see Jaina command an army of Murlocs, or Grom lead a horde of angry chickens, apparently, this is your opportunity. By combining leaders, troops, and spells from 5 families, Alliance, Horde, Beasts, Undead, and my personal favorite, Blackrock, you'll battle your way through maps inspired by some very familiar locations. You'll fight to control resources, capture towers, and eventually defeat the boss or player at the other end. Speaking of bosses, each one has their own unique mechanics, so you'll have to adapt your strategies to the threats you'll face as you battle through the campaign and beyond. Our goal was to give you everything you love about Warcraft, reimagined with a big dose of what our team calls joyful chaos. When we set out to make this game, we wanted to offer a variety of challenges no matter how you choose to play it, whether it's for 5 minutes at a time or hours on end.
Can you show it?
And that was something we especially focused on during the beta, to make sure you have something fun to do every time you open up the game. And for those of you that played the beta and gave us your feedback, thank you so much.
The beta's already been out?
It's because of your support and the hard work of our team that we feel we got something really, really special on our hands. Now, let's take a look at the result.
Uninstalling it's fun. Show me gameplay. DSP would love this.
I gotta admit, it's pretty cool watching that video and just thinking about how far we've come since last year. At this point, we just can't wait for all.
Man, if this is what he meant by the next 30 years of Warcraft,
we literally can't wait.
What the hell?
That's why we've made Warcraft Rumble available to download and play right now. This is such a huge moment for us, and we're so all excited to have you join us.
Oh wait, we all have phones.
Today, let's bring down the Wi-Fi together. You know I'm kidding, right? Please don't bring down the Wi-Fi. I'm in a lot of trouble once I get off of here. Whether you're a veteran of Azeroth or just have a deep love for strategy games, there's a lot to enjoy here. We've got a huge campaign with over 70 bosses. And for those of
Let's
you
see if
looking
it's
for a
live.
especially unique
We'll do it
challenge,
live.
we even have a heroic campaign with an extra layer of difficulty that we cooked up ourselves. We've got maps with verticality, capture points, resources, traps, and
It is
all kinds of other
23
contraptions.
reviews.
Each map was lovingly handcrafted by our team and is its own unique puzzle. But how you choose to solve that puzzle is completely up to you. And when you're in the mood for a solo dungeon, we've got you covered there as well. Dungeons in Warcraft Rumble are intense, 3-mission gauntlets through places like Normagon and the Dead Mines, where you equip your armies with game-changing relics until your run is over.
Whoa.
Or jump into PvP and duke it out with other players on maps inspired by some of the most legendary maps and battlegrounds found in World of Warcraft. You can even join a guild and work together with your friends towards some super special shared rewards. I can only say... Nice.
Let's see.
That's just what we have in the game right now. We have so much more coming. For starters, we're going to be releasing a new mini with each season. And that also starts right now. Season 1 of Warcraft Rumble is live, and the latest addition to our growing roster of minis is none other than the Banshee Queen herself, Sylvanas. We're also working on even more ways for you to play with or against your friends, and that includes the biggest challenge in all of Rumble, raids. Make sure to join our Warcraft Rumblings panel later today to hear all about raids and what else we have in store for the future of this game. Now, BlizzCon, before I go, I just wanted to let you know, the team and I, many of whom are here in Anaheim with us right now, we love playing strategy games. And we set out to make a game that harkens back to our RTS roots, where Warcraft began almost 30 years ago. It is really made out of a genuine love for Warcraft by people with deep roots in the universe. No matter how you like to play, there's something for everyone to love in Warcraft Rumble. Thank you so much, BlizzCon. Enjoy the chaos, and we'll see you in game.
Please welcome executive producer, World of Warcraft, Holly Longdale.
Okay, let's see it. Big announcement. Guys, I have Warcraft Rumble on my phone. Start.
Wow. What's up, BlizzCon? Oh, I'm so excited to see you all here.
Let's see what you got.
Well, can you believe we've been playing World of Warcraft for almost 20 years? You know, 2004 was a while ago, right? You know, some of us, we waited in those lines for those midnight releases and got our discs. Yeah! And we raced home to install those WoW discs one.
Like, am I wrong? It sounds like they're setting it up for like a sequel on the 20th anniversary.
Across nearly 2 decades, players all over the world have taken part in the stories of Jaina, Sylvanas, Arthas, and Thrall, and of course, so many others. And together, we've jumped through the portal into Outland. We sailed off into Northrend, and we watched Sargeras stab the world with that sword. During that time, gaming has changed, and you have changed, and so have we, particularly in the past year. The entire team across both Modern and Classic have embraced their communities. We are truly listening to your voices and taking action. My friends at BlizzCon, now is the perfect time to prepare to close chapters, open new ones, and double down on why we all fell in love with World of Warcraft in the first place.
It's coming to your phones.
With that in mind, let's get to it. As many of you know, WoW Classic was born out of the community's passion. And of course, most of you know that still drives us today. Like just in August, inspired by our community, we released Classic Hardcore. So in Hardcore, you only get one life. And if you die, You may laugh, you may cry, you may have to replace the keyboard, but you go again. We've loved watching you take on the challenge or die trying. And because the hardcore community has asked, the team is planning to add a new way to play hardcore early next year. And last month in Wrath Classic, we released the Fall of the Lich King patch. And while there's still more to come in Wrath, earlier this year, we looked at your feedback to think about where are we gonna go next. We read through a lot, and I mean a lot of your feedback on social media forums, and we sent out surveys to our players. And here at BlizzCon, we're happy to announce Cataclysm is coming. And it's coming with hashtag changes based on your feedback, just like you'd expect from Classic. So now, let's jump into the Wayback Machine and get a reminder of all things Cataclysm.
Spencer, thanks for the 2. I mean, I'm just like, if they're saying the future of WoW is like reworked versions of stuff from years and years and years ago, like.
Because I love the passion, by the way. Get ready, my friends, because the road to Deathwing's destruction is coming in the first half of next year. All right. Now, over the past 4 years of Classic, we've watched you master the vanilla experience. and we've loved it. So much, in fact, that we thought we'd add some unique flavor with a seasonal note and a dash of discovery. Season of Discovery is vanilla wow with a spicy twist. You're going to discover new secrets as you scour the world and find class-altering abilities. Have you ever wondered what it might be like to be a tanking warlock? Or take on the role of a mage healer? In Season of Discovery, you can. The season is going to launch with an initial level cap of 25. And when you hit that max level, you'll be met with the brand new level 25 endgame. You'll discover a brand new 10-player Black Fathom Deeps raid with new and reimagined bosses, mechanics, and of course, rewards. Then, after a couple of months, we'll raise the level cap a bit. You'll find even more endgame content, and so it will go. If you're here at BlizzCon, you can play the Black Fathom Deeps raid in the Warcraft Hall. So, if you love Classic or just a little intrigued about what exactly a Warlock tank can do, go check it out. For all of you watching online, don't worry. You won't have to wait long to play. Because we want you to discover all of the secrets together, there will be no public testing. WoW Classic Season of Discovery launches in a few short weeks on November 30th. For more information on the Season of Discovery and Cataclysm, don't miss the Classic panel this afternoon. All right, now it's time to talk to my Dragon Riders in Modern WoW.
Okay, maybe something bigger?
Our team remains committed to giving you meaningful game updates about every 8 weeks with more content sprinkled in between. We really want Azeroth to feel alive and the home you want to come back to no matter how you play. Our next major update, Guardians of the Dream, is going live in just 5 days. I want to give a shout out to my elves. It is finally our time. 1 week later, Season 3 will start with the last raid of the expansion, Amirdrasil, the Dream's Hope. There we will have our final showdown with Farak and defend our new world tree. But fear not, that's not the end of our time in the Dragon Isles. There's a lot more to come in Dragonflight that will serve as both the epilogue of this story and the bridge to our next one. Like I said earlier, we are evolving. We are changing our approach to this big, beautiful game and how we look ahead to new chapters. BlizzCon, it's time for a new adventure, one that has grown from the very seeds of what captured our hearts when we first set foot in Azeroth. For veteran players, the last 20 years have led us to this. And for those who have yet to join us, now is the time. And who better to talk about the first step in this journey? Than someone who carved the path in the first place. Everyone, please welcome my friend and the executive creative director of the Warcraft universe, Chris Metzen.
Nailed it.
What up, BlizzCon? Holy smokes!
BlizzCon.
If they don't nail this,
won!
this is gonna be so cringy. I swear, they gotta nail it. BitConnect.
Holy smokes! Thank you. Thank you.
BitConnect.
It is. Thank you, guys. It has been a long, strange trip to get back to this spot. I tell you that. It has been interesting this past year being back under the hood of World of Warcraft. It has reminded me of a few things. One, I love Warcraft. Number two, you know what? I really missed this work. And number three, on the real, it feels amazing to be back and part of this Blizzard family again. As Holly said a bit ago, next year is the 20th anniversary of World of Warcraft. I can't even believe it. Whatever. How many of y'all have been playing from the beginning? Crazy. I love you. Crazy. So given that, what was that? Doesn't matter.
You're
Started
breathtaking.
thinking, so, what next? Right? What expansion hook? What single storyline could possibly match such a historic occasion? We started thinking about, well, I did, the good old days, right? And some of those early mythic ideas that kind of established the background of Warcraft.
Notice he's not looking at a teleprompter. He's just doing his
even
thing.
Some of the newer ideas that have played out more recently, but still in a way, feel a little unresolved. And in the mix of all that stuff, in the mix of all those ideas, particular things like, what the hell has Magni actually been babbling about all these years? Was the thing that he came to warn us about in Battle for Azeroth, did it actually play out? Or is there potentially something darker still looming on the horizon? I don't know.
Wow.
Will there eventually be an apocalyptic confrontation between the forces of the light and the void? Talk to me, BlizzCon. I'll tell you what, for nothing, my pally Maine, I'm all in on that kind of thing if it happens. It's gonna happen. And really the big question for all the marbles, what have the Titans actually been doing since the dawn of civilization? What is the real purpose of all of their cute little installations slammed into the side of the planet? Do we know everything we need to know about their real intentions for our world? Just saying. BlizzCon. All of these hooks and 100 more. 68, carry the 2. A bunch more. All cooking in the pot. Started to reveal a storyline. Something epic. How epic? Real epic. A storyline that in almost every way feels like the culmination of the first 20 years of our storytelling. A storyline provided we do our jobs, we do the thing that will vector us into the next 20 years of adventure. BlizzCon. Are you with me, BlizzCon? We call this storyline the World Soul Saga. The World Soul Saga is so epic, as we covered. It cannot be contained within any single expansion. It is built to play out over multiple expansions over the next few years. Come on now.
Too late. Already came.
Having said that, we are working on multiple ways to deliver this adventure to you a little faster than you're used to. We're not going to get into it at this BlizzCon, forgive me. But keep your ears peeled. I assure you, we are moving with purpose. And the last thing we really want is for y'all to have your grandkids controlling your mouse and your keyboard trying to wrap this thing up. So, it's coming. Also, given the scale of this monster, we have decided to change it up today. Here we go. Dun, 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 dun. Instead of just debuting your next expansion all on its lonesome, we have decided to give you a glimpse at your next 3 expansion sets. Does this meet with your approval, BlizzCon? My friends, I'm going to warn you, there may be mild spoilers ahead. Actually, I'm just kidding. They ain't mild. Buckle up. Are you ready, BlizzCon? The first part of the World Soul Saga and your 10th expansion is called World of Warcraft: The War Within. In this chapter, you will be descending into the heart of Azeroth itself, exploring new subterranean kingdoms and engaging with ancient cultures like the Earthen and the terrifying Nerubians of Azj-Kahet. But as the forces of darkness close in around our precious world soul, you, yeah, that's you, will be called to do what you always do, which is dispense indiscriminate justice upon all those who got it coming. Talk to me, BlizzCon. The second part of the World Soul Saga is called World of Warcraft: Midnight. In this chapter, you will be returning, ready, to the old world, to the fabled lands of Quel'Thalas. There, the forces of the Void have invaded Azeroth, intent on snuffing out the light of the Sunwell and plunging the world into darkness and fear. You will not only help reunify the scattered elven tribes of Azeroth, but you will make your stand with the forces of the light and banish the shadow forever. Of course, BlizzCon, it is Azeroth. Things may not go to plan. things may just spiral wildly out of control, leading us to the third part of the World Soul Saga. World of Warcraft, the Last Titan. In this chapter, you will again be returning to the old world, this time to the wintry lands of Northrend. And there, at Ulduar, you will bear witness to the return of the Titans to Azeroth. And there, you will uncover a vast conspiracy, one that stretches throughout the history of the world, one that will challenge everything you think you know about the Titans, their intentions, and the true nature of Azeroth itself. In time, my friend, in time. And it's called Silithus. There you go. BlizzCon, my hope, our dear hope, is that you can see when it comes to WoW storytelling, we ain't screwing around. We are playing for all the marbles. We are working to establish a thundering heartbeat for this franchise. Now. Now, BlizzCon. Hearken to me. Always wanted to say that. Thank you. Whether you are a current player, and I'm gonna bet that most of you are, or maybe you jumped off the WoW train a few expansions ago, now is the time to come home. Now is the time to pull on your boots, pick up your broadsword or your favorite glowy staff, and get in this fight. Friends, Azeroth needs her defenders now more than ever. Now, in a few moments, we are going to give you a deeper look at the war within. But before we do that, I want to leave you with a little something to chew on. I want to remind you all that sometimes very epic things can begin with small, heartfelt moments. What you're about to see is one of those moments. And with that, BlizzCon. Proud defenders of Azeroth! Let the World Soul Saga begin!
They have always had great cinematics.
You're here to tell me we don't get to hide. Is that it?
Love his braids.
You needed time. We stayed away. But time by itself heals nothing.
You didn't just come here for me. It's the visions. You've seen them.
I suspect many have lately. Something, someone, is calling out from the heart of the world. Like a voice from a dream. Something dark is coming, Anduin. The world needs your light again. My son.
I am not that person anymore. I have no light. Not after what I've seen. Not after what I've done.
You are not your past, Anduin. I trust you.
Hear me.
They're getting worse.
Jesus, Jacob. This really is a war of world.
Look, whatever's coming, I'll stand with you. Of course I will. But we were drawn here by the voice. Who is it, Thrall? Who's calling out to us?
I'm not sure yet. But that sword was aimed at someone.
See, they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing with those.
I guess we're not ignoring that sword anymore. I do have to say, though, every time I see that cinematic, and I've seen it many times, it gets me right in my heart. It feels like a new beginning, and it feels like coming home. And we are so excited about where we are going. And now that you've seen or heard the overview for the World So Saga, let's talk about the war within. As we all gather and explore beneath the surface, we'll find an ancient Nerubian civilization. They will be led by someone we were first introduced to in Legion, Xal'atath, a harbinger of the void. The void brings destruction and darkness that threatens all light in our world. The last time we saw Xal'atath, she promised we would meet again, and it turns out she was right. And while Anduin, Thrall, and others share the same visions emanating from the heart of the world, some are seeing something quite different.
My visions are not the same as the others. No radiance, no song. Just the shadow. taunting me from below. The fate of our world rests upon the edge of a knife. And our battle lies deep within.
I think they could drop the Pentium 3 support.
In the War Within, alongside beautiful, unique underground zones, we will have challenging dungeons and raids and some new features.
You might not believe it, but it does actually run on a GTX 420.
Family, we have delves.
Barely, but
These are a variety of bite-sized experiences for 1 to 5 players that will offer endgame rewards. You may also find in your delve a familiar character who'd be willing to fight alongside you. And if you're like me and you have an obsession with alts, we have warbands. With this feature, you could treat all of your characters like family and share banks, reputations, transmogs, We're also introducing a new layer of customization for your class specs with hero talents. You might want to take your character down the path of a Dark Ranger, let's say, or a Farseer, and more.
I think they were applauding for sharing banks. I think that's what she said that got them excited.
Also, during your travels underground, you will meet the Earthen Dwarves, and you'll be able to unlock them as our new allied race. I mean, who doesn't love a dwarf? The facial hair options are spectacular. There's so much more to talk about, so please join the What Next panel that's coming up right after the opening ceremony right here. What I can tell you, though, is that the call to get into the fight to save our world will ring out when The War Within releases next year. And lastly, I sincerely want to say, we are so excited to begin this new journey with you. And from our hearts to yours, thank you for bringing our world to life. And now, with his own note of thanks, Mike Ibarra.
Thank you to all the teams who presented today. There really is so much to look forward over the next 2 days. And this is only the beginning. I can't wait to walk the halls of all of Anaheim with all of you. It is truly a joy to be here with the Blizzard team and our players. BlizzCon, be great to each other and enjoy the show.
He kind of looks like a mannequin that was brought to life. Sorry, StarCraft fans. And I think that's it. So
BlizzCon 2023 would like to thank our partners.
So WoW fans, I need to hear from you. Was that all what you were hoping for? Was that everything you needed? Because to me, it's like the next chapter. We're bringing this next chapter for the next 20 years, blah, blah, blah. And like, frankly, I'm sure the expansion is going to be fun or interesting or whatever, but I don't know if I saw enough where I'm like, oh yeah, I need to get into it. You know, because at the end of the day, it's like one of you guys said in chat. The cinematics are exciting and crazy, and every time you see a cinematic, you want to experience that. You're like, oh yeah, I want to see that. But then when you actually go into the game, it's just like, I don't know. It just doesn't hook me the same way. Like, I'd play it for the storytelling, but I don't know if I want to put up with like the crazy grind and everything else for that. You know, I just don't know if that hooks me the same way. Granted, like, I'm not the target for that. They're obviously targeting like the more hardcore WoW fans, or the people that were hardcore WoW fans that have since left. But I don't know. I was waiting for them to be like World of Warcraft next gen, or like World of like Universe of Warcraft, whatever they would call it. And for them to be like, yeah, so this is for the next like 3 expansions. These are the next chapters. It's a new game built from the ground up for modern hardware starting today. It's not like bringing all this legacy stuff with it. And that's where we're at. Like, if they did that, I'd be all in. I'd be like, yeah, we'll try it. Why not? But I don't know. It's just like, I've tried WoW Classic back when that launched. I played it with a bunch of college roommates I had. And like, I could see why some people might get hooked into it, but for me, I was like, eh. Why don't they update the visuals? I mean, I think for one, it's kind of a double-edged sword. If they upgrade the visuals, it might potentially lose some of the original like charm. Some people like it. Some people like the old school, that it feels and looks the same as it did 20 years ago. Just at higher resolutions. I don't know why they don't just like, maybe they do offer it, but I've never seen footage with it of like 8K textures or 4K textures, because everything they always show is always just like super low poly, low res. I don't know. But to be fair, you're not really playing that game for the graphics, but that's a dangerous crutch to lean on, because then you just never upgrade anything, you know? It looked fine when it launched, and they did a bit of revamp in some expansions, but it's very outdated for today's standards. Well, and I think it's more stark because we've seen like Diablo 4, which is by modern standards a very impressive title graphically. And so to see their other game just like held back so much is a little jarring. Yeah, it still doesn't compare to WWE Champions. That's true. That is true. A lot of the reason they don't upgrade or update the visuals is because if they make it too power hungry, that would alienate players on lower end PCs. Sure, but there's a way to make games scalable, and I am not convinced, and maybe they have stats that counter this, but I don't see that there's that many people playing this game on like potatoes. I think that, like, people that are really into WoW have a gaming computer and could run games that are graphically like decently demanding, but at the very least you offer scalable options, just like Diablo 4 has, you know? You've seen the people who play this stuff, Luke, all the now 35 to 40 plus gamers into these games just for nostalgia. They'll keep playing the game even if it's still the same old stuff. Circa Starfield. I mean, maybe that's the point. I mean, I'm sure they have lots of data and lots of like surveys and stuff where they've looked at it and they're like, hey, we've asked players, like, if we upgraded visuals and graphics to this or that, and if we change that, and what would that be like? I don't, maybe they just have data that shows it wouldn't be worth it, or it would actively harm them. It's also just held back by an engine that's 20 years old. Well, yeah, and to be fair, it's not that easy to just be like, yeah, we're doing the next generation of Warcraft, and so it's all going to be totally different now. It's not that easy. There's a lot that goes into it. They could do a Halo Master Chief Collection where you can switch between remastered and classic. Yeah, that was super cool. I wish more games did that. That would be so cool. Like they did that in that Master Chief Collection. Imagine. Oh. I mean, I get it why some of these remasters don't do that, because you probably couldn't tell the difference. Like, imagine if they did that with like Skyrim Anniversary Edition. You'd be like, oh, well, like, yeah, I guess there's a difference. It wouldn't be that fun. Games nowadays seem to put most of the focus on the graphics. Well, I think, to be clear, like, we're not saying it has to be photorealistic or anything. We're just saying that, like, the textures are all, they look like 720p at max. Like, all of the textures are really low count. Poly counts are really low, which, even with highly stylized characters, is a little jarring by modern standards. And, you know, there's other things like density of foliage, line of distance, like, or line of sight, and LODs and stuff. All of that, I think, does matter and should count for something. Games that are more graphically impressive, I would say, are like, that should count for something when you're looking at it. Pixel peepers? I don't think it's pixel peepers. It's like monitor peepers. You glance at the screen when images of WoW are on screen, and you can tell that it's quite behind it, you know. I wonder what Asmon's thought of this is. Yeah, I'm gonna check out his thoughts on it too. His and what's the other guy? The other streamer that plays a lot of WoW. I can't remember his name. But yeah, I'll be checking out their thoughts, and I'm excited to see what Blizzard fans think of it. I mean, they were going wild in the auditorium, so. Why do you think, or who do you think is more scared? Blizzard being afraid of updating / making new WoW, or Ubisoft being afraid of making an AC game where automatic weapons are present? That's funny. I don't know why Ubisoft pivoted off of like doing World War I, World War II. I thought that was a layup. I mean, I thought in Syndicate and in Unity, they have glimpses of World War II and World War I. In Syndicate, they have the whole sequence in World War I. In Unity, they have the bit where you climb the Eiffel Tower. And to me, it seems like a match made in heaven. I mean, imagine like a darker, grittier Assassin's Creed game set like in Paris in World War II. It would basically be the Saboteur, but with Assassin's Creed, you know, production values. And I think that could be super cool. I think that'd be super cool. But it's, for whatever reason, they've just pivoted off of it. They want to keep doing older stuff, focus more on melee combat systems and stuff. And maybe it's because they're worried about like political implications if they do that. And so they're like, well, just not mess with it. Just go to Japan. Just go to China. Just go to, you know, a relatively non, like, scandalous time period, I guess. I don't know. Rari, it's mainly just, I mean, it is a narrative RPG built on the foundations of 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons. And in that capacity, it's a fantastic narrative RPG. Now, does that mean, like, it's also a combat RPG. It has combat within it, of course, but it is a digital expansive version of basically a big campaign of D&D. And if that sounds awesome, and if you've played D&D and you like that kind of thing, that's going to be like, oh my God, yes, please let me play it. But it's not for everybody. I mean, it really is not. So don't like hate on yourself if you're not feeling it. That's totally fine. That's totally fine. Sarcasm. Probably Avatar. We'll be watching that to see what that looks like. As for other games, I really don't know what else there is towards the end of this year. I'm sure there's a couple I'm spacing on, but yeah, we're mostly done with like the big budget stuff. Asman has gotten really, really jaded, it seems. I watched some of his recent videos and dude is just arguing with people and banning them when somebody doesn't agree with him. Yeah, I haven't seen much of his stuff super recently. I'm always like cautious to judge those huge streamers for dealing with their chats in certain ways, because you can take a clip and be like, oh, you see how dismissive they were towards this person that asked a question or said something. But I'm like, if you have 40,000 people talking to you, watching you, trying to mess with you, many of them are just trying to troll you, many of them are trying to get you to say something to cancel you, like because it's funny or something. Like, I can see why those big streamers would just be like, you know, oh, you said something insane? Nope, you're banned. And they just don't tolerate it. Like, because they're like, you're one of 40,000 that I have here right now. There's hundreds of thousands more that are not here right now. So he's just like, yeah, no, sure. Get banned. You know, I'm sure like they get jaded doing it a lot and dealing with a lot of crap that comes with it. I'd say it comes with the territory, but part of the reason they probably have been able to grow as big as they are as streamers is because they learned how to deal with those masses. I have no idea. I mean, we have like, you know, on an average stream, we might have 400, 500, 600 people across the various platforms. I can't even fathom having 40,000. Like, Jesus Christ. Alex, gents, thank you also for the sub with Prime. Appreciate you. He had over 166,000 people in his Twitch stream during the showcase. Insane. That is ridiculous. That's crazy, dude. I mean, it says a lot. I mean, people look to him for oh, he's 186,000. Yeah, everybody's going over there to see what he thought of it. Yeah. I don't blame him. Either way, it seems like GTA 6 leaks have been ramping up recently. Do you think it's coming out soon? Someone posted on Rockstar, or that Rockstar LA was hiring folks for new projects, and they're probably done with GTA 6. I mean, they might be starting pre-production on other stuff. The thing is, like, they've said that they have a project or a big game coming out next year in their fiscal year that will generate an additional like $2.5 billion in revenue. There is literally not a video game on the planet that can do that other than GTA 6. Hogwarts Legacy was considered a freakishly successful game, and it made about $1 billion. So what's going to do 2.5 times that in like 6 to 9 months? Presumably they're launching it at the end of next year. So what's going to do that in a matter of just a few months? GTA 6. So GTA 6 is coming next year. All analysts agree on this, depending, you know, unless there's some major delay. But like at those financial conference calls and stuff and investor calls, they've been very clear. This is happening next year. They've been very clear with investors. So if they delay it, they're in trouble. So everybody who knows anything about, you know, Rockstar analysis, not necessarily me, but people that do, they all are saying it's coming next year. It's just a matter of when they announce it. And they have a conference call set up for the 8th, an investor call on the 8th. Maybe they announce it just before that. I think that would be surprising. But basically, if it doesn't get announced before November 8th, none of the Wall Street analysts think it's being announced this year. They all expect it to be announced next year at some point. Will you also co-stream the Game Awards on December 8th? Probably, yeah. I think that's the plan. General thoughts on Alan Wake 2? I think it's a good game. It's super trippy and crazy. Narratively, I thought it was interesting and wild. In terms of gameplay, I think it leaves a lot to be desired. I think the detective board is just a glorified main story summary. There's no real gameplay involved with it other than trying to randomly select where to put this, not randomly, but try to find where to put the clue note next to the yellow card and that's it. Like, it's not a detective board. If you've played a detective game in your life, you know that that's not a detective board. Like, it's just not. So that whole system is screwed. I think the combat is unnecessarily stiff. Like, I think it's overly cumbersome. The movement's kind of weird. So for me, it's like, gameplay wise, leaves a lot to be desired. Narratively, graphically, in terms of ambiance, the voice acting, the music, all of that stuff is tremendous. It's like industry leading. But I think the gameplay that is connecting all of that, it leaves a lot to be desired, frankly. How would you compare it to Control? I think Control is a better game, but I think Alan Wake has a much better story. So how did you enjoy me? Oh, we've just done a lot of videos on Assassin's Creed, and we've had communities that kind of spill over. So a lot of my viewers have watched his stuff for a long time, and vice versa. And so, like, occasionally we've done collabs and we've talked about stuff. But yeah, it just kind of worked out where we both were like, hey, I know you, you know me. What if we, like, because I think I invited him to do a collab. And then after we finished filming the collab, he asked if I was interested in doing a podcast. And I was like, hell yeah, man. And so we just worked on it, and here we are. So RE4 or Alan Wake 2, which is better to you? Probably RE4. Granted, I'm a little jaded because I had so many technical issues with Alan Wake 2, like a lot of technical issues. So I'm a little bitter. Ask me again in 6 months, it might change. But as of right now, I think Resident Evil 4 Remake. It's crazy how many people say the gameplay is amazing when they just made it better than all the games before it. Reviewers are so untrustworthy. It's incredible. I don't know what motivated or what drove them, but yeah, I've seen some people say the gameplay in Alan Wake 2 is incredible, and I seriously don't understand. I don't know what they're smoking. I genuinely don't get it. I have no idea what they're talking about, because I think it's so transparently bad and just lackluster. Like, yeah, there's a gun and then a flashlight you shine on them. Cool story, bro. Like, I think the puzzles were super cool. If you count that as gameplay, that's one thing it does really well. The puzzles are really cool. But, like, combat is a joke. Detective system literally isn't a detective system. So, therefore, it's a bad detective system. Like, all these other things are just not good. I'm sorry, Bubba Fett. Hold strong. You got this. I think it's not just, or it's just not for you. Some people like simple gameplay. I'm not a fan, but that does not mean it's bad. For me, well, like, when I say something's bad, I'm trying to compare it to peers where we can see certain systems working properly and in their kind of ultimate form, and then you compare it to one of these other titles and it's just clearly not as good. Like the Starfield like conversational camera, like that is a mechanic that drives the actual visual presentation of conversations, and it is it's a literal step backwards. They used to do that in their games, and then with Fallout 4 they improved it with a dynamic cinematic camera that now is standard. I mean, whether you look at Baldur's Gate 3 or something like Red Dead or even Assassin's Creed Odyssey, they all have these cinematic cameras and they work way better. And then they just walk it back. And with like Alan Wake 2, like, sure, you could say anything is just a matter of subjectivity. And like a great example is let's just say with Death Stranding, with like the hugely long monologues that carry on for like 25 minutes, where it's just a character nonstop rambling about something. And we could look at that and be like, well, that seems insane. They could have communicated that much more efficiently and not wasted so much of the player's time with this boring monologue. And plus they said the same phrase like 4 times, and you can tell that this was just not edited. It wasn't cut down. But then somebody would just counter and be like, well, but I like it. It's just not for you. Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah. Sounds good. You know, like, I don't know what I'm going to... Okay. Like, it's the same thing with Starfield, or Starfield, where people said that... I had one person comment on one of the videos, and he said that he liked the fact that there were so many load screens. He said it helped him process each environment separately. Okay. Good for you. Like, okay. Like, what are you going to say to that? Okay, cool. At that point, I'm honestly like, I cannot tell if they're being serious or if they're trolling me. So at that point, I usually just shut it off. Like, I'm not going to engage with that, because if I can't tell if you're joking or serious, you're so far down the rabbit hole, or I am, that we're not going to make any progress anyways. So let's just not waste the time, you know? Sequel to L.A. Noire? Yeah, dude, for real. My favorite Spider-Man game? I mean, probably this most recent Spider-Man 2. I think so. Alex, thank you for 2 months of support. Alan Wake 2 gunplay is okay, but the narrative with Saga and Wake's story is great. Totally agree. The ending definitely made me question a lot. I wish the guns felt punchier. I also wish they felt more different. And I would have liked, actual enemy variety. Instead, we have like basically the same thing. You might get like a mini boss that has some weak points that you have to shine, and then like he has the glowing red thing in his chest, or it's on his back this time, but it's not actually that different, you know? Spider-Man 2 on PlayStation 2 will never be touched, sadly. I actually went back. I don't have a copy of it ready to go, but I went back and I looked at videos of it before Spider-Man 2. And like, I remember it so fondly, where I'm like, I remember the pizza deliveries, and like, you guys remember the fight against Mysterio, where like it sets up 3 levels of health bars, and then you one punch him or one tap him and all of it goes away and he's knocked out. It was so funny. There's so many little things like that I look back on so fondly, and I remember so well, and I just love. But when you look back at like the game on the whole, I don't know if for me if it's beyond what they're doing nowadays. Like, I don't think it probably is. But that nostalgia, I think, probably counts for something. Yeah, Mysterio's a joke in the new game too. Yeah, it's like a running joke in these Spider-Man games. What's your take on an alleged lackluster sub 4-hour campaign in the new Call of Duty? Honestly, I'm surprised there is a campaign in the new Call of Duty at all. So I think my stance with Call of Duty is that I expect absolutely nothing. And so when they do something, even though it sucks, I'm still like, oh, cool. And so for me, I expect absolutely nothing from them. Yeah. I mean, it's only 4 hours. Yeah. But I mean, it wasn't the last one they did like 4 hours long too. Let's be honest. If you're playing Call of Duty, most like 99% of players are playing for like Warzone or the multiplayer. They're not playing for the narrative. Part of that is because the narratives for the last decade have been an afterthought, basically. So it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. They screw up the narrative, so then people don't expect or play it for the narratives. But yeah. IGN gave it a 4. Oh! Oh! Really? Really? Where is it? Should we just watch this real quick? Or look at it? Is there an actual video? One of a single player campaign review. Videos. No, this is from 2011. Where's the new one? Do they not have a video for it up yet? Or am I just totally missing it? I might be missing it. Hold on. Just go to YouTube. IGN. Trailers, Daily Fix, IGN First, Inside Story, Game Reviews. No, they have Quantum Error. Do they not have a video review of it up yet? Okay. I guess we're just going to watch or read the article like a plebeian. 3 hours, 9. Yeah, I don't see it. Okay. I guess there's no... Oh, wait. No, it's the campaign trailer. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. Okay. Well, let's, I guess, just read it. Let's do that. Okay. Modern Warfare 3 has perhaps the worst Call of Duty single-player campaign I've ever played. It's shallow, dull, and plays less like the greatest hits and more like an underbaked cover version of missions past. It's too busy looking back at former glories rather than focusing on making any new moments worth remembering. Wrapped up in a borderline incoherent story with nothing to say, the only part we haven't seen in a campaign before falls flat, bizarrely cobbling together pieces of the Warzone mode into actively bad sandbox missions, abandoning all of what made Call of Duty so great at its peak, and instead delivering a dull string of missions that amount to a thoroughly disappointing handful of hours. Oh, baby, that was something else, man. It just came out swinging. Oh, wow. Yeah, so that's aggressive. Sledgehammer Games' big new addition this time around is the introduction of open combat missions, which make up half of the story's chapters. They are multi-objective arenas that aim to let you tackle tasks in any order and by whatever method suits your playstyle best. Unfortunately, they're symptomatic of Modern Warfare 3's flawed approach as a whole, opting for a thin veil of openness and choice over Call of Duty's once trademarked blockbuster storytelling. It's a shame because you can see a scenario where these missions could have reached the heights of 2019's Lights Out, a great example of how to handle non-linear objectives in an FPS level, but unfortunately that high mark is missed here. They rarely feel curated or authored, but instead are just spaces you're dropped into, basically told to make your own fun. Yeah, that's a huge bummer because it's like, I think the reason I would play a narrative of one of these games is to see the big blockbuster set pieces and stuff, the crazy encounters you wouldn't see otherwise. It's why I played like the campaigns of Battlefield 1. That was the World War I, right? I think that was the World War one. Maybe it was 5. I don't know. Whichever one was World War I. And it was because you got to do this crazy, big, crazy set piece stuff that you wouldn't have gotten to do otherwise. You know, and I thought it was good fun. But if it's just like Warzone levels, but in a single player, like, why would you bother? You know? Like, why would you even bother? The sandbox approach doesn't fit what I'm looking for in a Call of Duty single player story at all, and it feels at odds with what made the original Modern Warfare trilogy the height of the cinematic shooters. More than ever, this year's campaign bears an uncomfortable resemblance to its multiplayer companion, as Warzone and DMZ's open world approach bleeds further into the level design to its detriment. Modern Warfare 3 even relies on the same mechanics, scavenging for better weapons and gear from stashes and tailoring your loadout at a drop box. Oh, Jesus. Communicated by near identical UI. If I wanted this, I'd just drop into the Battle Royale solo and run around opening boxes and fighting enemies that are actually interesting. It does give you a bit more freedom when it comes to approaching each mission as you scour weapons caches for new tools to do the job with. Choosing whether to go loud or quiet does create a veil of stamping your own style onto things, but no matter how stealthily you approach the situation, you're only really delaying the inevitable firefights against seemingly endless spawning enemies, and once you're spotted, you'll have a near impossible job trying to lose them. It all just feels hastily put together and fairly cookie cutter when it comes to actual variety and innovation. Man. It's certainly unfortunate. I mean, I don't know why they would think, hey, we have Warzone, we have whatever the other mode is. I forget what it's called. DMZ. Yeah, they have like Warzone and DMZ and all this, and they choose to just make the single player campaign like that. Who thought that would be a good idea? Like, why would you do that? If they want to play it, they'll just go play Warzone or they'll go play DMZ. Like, why would they do that? I don't get it. Man. It's not like they care. I mean, even if like with a 4, they don't care. Contrary to that statement, you can re-enter stealth as many times as you want. It's kind of cheap. In the story mode, you mean? I don't know. That's an oopsie. That's an oopsie. But okay. I guess, I mean, it's like we said, it's not really surprising. It shouldn't shock anybody. This is kind of their specialty. So yeah. 5-year break for COD, please. Yeah, there's no freaking way that they would ever take a break. There's no way. Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway. Well, yeah, exactly, Wiseman. They'll never take a break. They don't need to. People keep buying it. People keep playing it, keep spending $25-30 on skins and stuff. Like, why would they change it? Why would they mess with it? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And the whole goal is to print money. And so if it's still printing money, they don't need to change. Who cares? Who cares? Yeah. It's the biggest sin possible for a globe-trotting action thriller. It's boring. Underbaked, rehashed, and cobbled together from multiplayer parts, Modern Warfare 3's single-player campaign is everything a Call of Duty story mode shouldn't be. Honestly, giving it a 4, I get it. Like, a 3 is probably if it's also broken. A 2 is if it's, like, borderline unplayable, and a 1 is if it's just straight-up unplayable. So, a 4 is, like, the lowest they could reasonably do it. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah, it's only a 4-hour campaign. Sure is. Did they actually give a COD game under 10? I was about to say, oh no, they've not been very nice to them in the past and everything. And then I saw your username is actually sarcasm. So oh, goodness gracious. Well, everybody, we have had a joyous day. I think we'll call it there because I am going to try to get this camera fixed and see if we can start, or it's that one. I'm going to try to get the camera fixed so we at least can have 2 again. But we'll do that. Go watch the new video that went up today on Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. Show some support. Liking it helps. I don't know if YouTube's going to bash it because it has the term Suicide Squad in it and they don't like that. So either way, if you just watch it, I appreciate you. That's wonderful. Thank you for hanging out with me. while we did this. This was a joyous time. I love you all dearly and desperately. And we'll be back on Monday. Yeah, no Total War. I guess we will do that on Monday. I have it pulled up still, so we'll get to it. I also want to check this out. Somebody went back to the Pirates of the Caribbean MMO, and I have never seen this or looked at it before, so we'll look at all of that on Monday. So set your calendars. It's going to be a good time. Until then, I love you all. Stay safe. Stay sexy. I see you. Thanks for watching. I love you all. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.